All right, 12 o'clock on your Tuesday afternoon now. Welcome in. It is the halftime show. Tyler Head going to be flying solo for a bit here. And then Scott Hamilton and the Post and Courier going to jump in here with me coming up from 1 until 3. Bill Gunner out today, hoping to get him back in here coming up tomorrow, as I'll continue to feverishly refresh Twitter as well as Gamecock Central, as well as my email, as we try and get you the detail whenever they specifically say something is finalized with Kendall Briles as South Carolina's new offense coordinator. But it's one of those things, it's far enough down the line where, 15 hours ago, the Pete Thamels, the Pete Nakos, all those guys start tweeting about it, saying Carolina is working to finalize the deal with Kendall Briles. You know it's going to happen. You just got to work out the specifics, put pen to paper. They obviously have to have the Board of Trustees meeting at this point, especially considering the fact that you have multiple assistants to hire with a running backs coach and seemingly an offensive line coach as well. Sounds like they're all trying to get those things done before everything becomes official, where, again, you can have one Board of Trustees meeting tomorrow morning or whatever, approve all the contracts, put out something official, then have a presser later on this week, and then we're off and running. But again, if you've been following college football long enough, you know when certain people start talking about the deal being finalized, it's going to happen. You're just waiting for the ink to dry, so to speak, when it comes to signing the contracts and all that kind of stuff. So if we get any further updates on that, we'll certainly update you on that as the day certainly goes along. We'll get into what Kendall Briles also had to say about his offense coming up here in a little bit, because I think, for one, I'm excited about the prospect of a college-specific offense, one that very much has an identity that's going to look significantly different than what we've gotten used to here at South Carolina over the past handful of years. So we'll dive into the minutia of that coming up here in just a little bit. But so many things to get to today. First of all, Dave, how are we doing today? Doing good?
Yeah, not bad. I'm kind of wondering, though, about something.
What's that?
So I come through 5 Points, Hardin Street and Gervais,
Yeah,
right?
right.
And the car in front of me is pouring liquid out of the tailpipe.
Yes.
So I don't know what was going on with that car, and it starts slowing down tremendously, so I go left around it. And I notice as I go through, the light's yellow when I start to go through.
Okay.
It turns red halfway through. And I noticed these two things up on top by the red light.
Uh-huh.
It looked like those cameras that take pictures of your license plate when you do something bad.
Sure.
I didn't know Columbia had any of those. Do they?
I've honestly not looked at the top of red lights long enough to know. I thought all major cities had them.
That's
that was
the
my
only place
assumption.
I would ever seen anything like that in Columbia.
Yeah, maybe it's new. Hopefully it didn't catch you. Was the light?
I'll find out in a week or two.
But the light was yellow as you were crossing under it, right?
Yeah, but right as I get to the tail end, it goes red. So.
Yeah, as like, to me, as long as you're past the white line and it's yellow, that's fine, right? I mean,
it's fine for us, but what does it say in the driver's handbook?
Yeah. Well, I guess, but like the majority of people in the other lane will wait a second even when the light turns green before they go. So you have a second. If you're crossing under as it's yellow.
Delay on the other light anyway.
Well, hopefully you don't get a ticket in the mail.
We'll find out.
Yeah. So we'll see. You said it's 5 points in right there, Hardin
and Gervais.
Okay. So I guess be wary if you're going through there about the potential of what may be new traffic cameras, I guess.
Yeah, and I would say that's a heavy intersection where you got students crossing the road there all the time.
Yeah,
5 Points, and they're not always in the, they might be a little inebriated sometimes.
Sure.
So it's a good place for one. I would say that.
I used to live on the same side of town that you live on, and I do not miss the drive. I didn't work here at the time. I worked probably about a mile away, but I still had to come that same way. I don't miss that at all. I don't miss having to. Because I'd have to go past, like, you live over there by the Target. Have to drive past there, have to drive past, like, Dreher High School and all that kind of stuff. I don't miss having to come all the way from there to get to this area of town. It wasn't a fun drive.
Yeah, there's construction along Divine Street too. It closes the right-hand lane.
There's always construction. Isn't there construction everywhere?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, I don't miss that. So is that was took you so long today is dealing with that?
Yes.
Okay.
And I was curious about the liquid pouring out of the tailpipe of the car.
What color was that? What color is the liquid?
It looked clear.
Okay. If it's coming out of the tailpipe, I would assume it's oil, but don't quote me on that. I don't know.
It's hard to say. I mean, it was pouring pretty heavily.
Was it an old car, new car?
Water almost.
Like what kind of car was it?
It was it's a relatively new model. It was probably only a couple of years old, and it was an Audi.
Well, hey, if you don't change your oil, those kind of things can happen.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else it could be.
Yeah, that is weird. So, well, you got here in one piece. That's what's important. Again, Bill Gunner out today. We'll hopefully get him back in here. Coming up tomorrow, Scott Hamilton, the Post and Courier, going to jump in here with me at 1 o'clock, hang out for the last couple of hours of the show. As again, we'll continue to unpack everything going on with South Carolina, finalizing deals when it comes to its assistant hires for this team. Again, we'll get into what Kendall Browse had to say about his offense coming up here in a couple of minutes. But we're still also dealing with the fallout of the controversy of the college football playoff final rankings coming out on Sunday, where, again, I think the committee made the right choice by putting Miami in over Notre Dame, but I also understand Notre Dame and its fans' frustration by being gaslit for a month, where the committee said, even though Miami beat you, we think you're better than them, so we're going to keep ranking you above them. And at the last minute, when they despite neither team playing another game, they suddenly decided to jump them because, the head-to-head finally mattered at that point in time. It's going to lead to changes across college football. Because college football, I said this yesterday, it's such a reactionary sport where we make changes after things happen, right? Like when Alabama and LSU had their rematch of the game of the century in the national championship, that kind of spelled the end for the BCS because that really kick-started things further in motion. It had been talked about already, but really got things going to finalize the 4-team college football playoff, which we went to a couple years later. And obviously, you saw what happened last year with Boise State getting a top 4 seed despite being a G5 champion, and that leading to straight seeding this year. So what the repercussions of leaving leaving Notre Dame out and all that kind of stuff does for future formats, as well as the way that teams schedule games, is going to be very, very interesting to see. Pete Vivacqua, the athletic director at Notre Dame, went on the Dan Patrick Show yesterday. We'll get into some of those cuts a little bit later on in the show, and went a little scorched earth and, talked about the betrayal he felt from the ACC and all those kind of things, and also talked about the guarantees that Notre Dame has going forward. So we'll get into some of that coming up later as the show does continue on. Last night, Monday Night Football had a good matchup between two pretty evenly matched teams in the Chargers and the Eagles. Chargers end up pulling out the victory in overtime last night, as people kind of looking at the Eagles saying, hey, what's going on with these guys? Again, team that dominated last year, but don't look now. They're on a 3-game losing streak. Things not exactly going super well in the city of brotherly love right now. And let me see, they're still leading the division. They still got a couple games on Dallas, but still a lot of football left to be played, and things trending in the wrong direction right now when it comes to the Philadelphia Eagles. Is last night Jalen Hurts accomplished something that hadn't been done since 1978 when he turned the ball over twice on one play, throws a pick. The Chargers defender fumbles the ball, then picked up again by Jalen Hurts, who then proceeds to fumble it himself, and the Chargers end up recovering. So that was a wild sequence there in the middle of the game. But, a rough night turnover-wise for the Philadelphia Eagles, as, again, they dropped their 3rd straight game. And now look ahead to the final, 4 games of the regular season, really needing to be as close to perfect as possible, because Dallas is coming up on their heels a little bit there in that race for the NFC East. And on the flip side of things, the Chargers continue to have a strong season as they look to find their way into the playoffs too. Let me check the standings, because I know Denver leading that division out there at 11-2 as of right now. Chargers positioning themselves really well when it comes to the wild card. And they're playing the Chiefs coming up next. That'll be an interesting game and could be a dagger in the end of the Chiefs season if the Chargers end up winning that one. So that's Monday Night Football from last night as we cap off another weekend of NFL action. Huge weekend for a couple former Gamecocks, by the way. You talk about Nicky Minwari and the phenomenal game that he had against the Atlanta Falcons on Sunday, making plays on defense as well as special teams. There's a little bit of that Beamer ball in there for you. It's a good game for him. Keyshawn Nixon obviously had the game-sealing interception for the Packers on Sunday against the Bears, too. So a lot of good representation in the NFL for the Gamecocks on Sunday. And as we move away from college football being as many games as there usually are on the weekends, we'll get a little bit more NFL stuff as these weeks go by because, again, the college stuff is dwindling down a little bit. We do have bowl games this weekend, believe it or not. Obviously, Army-Navy is going to be playing on Saturday, and that's always a fun matchup. But we do actually start bowl season on Saturday as well. Got Celebration Bowl, which shout out to South Carolina State. They'll be taking on Prairie View A&M. That'll be at noon on Saturday out there at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. And then that night, seemingly at the same time as the Heisman Trophy ceremony, you got Boise State and Washington in the Bucked Up LA Bowl. So you'll have a bowl game to watch on Saturday if you want to get into that. And look, I love all bowl games, no matter who's playing. So I'll probably check this one out for a little bit on Saturday as we get bowl season rolling and then kind of trickling in. Got a game next Tuesday, Wednesday, two games next Wednesday, Thursday, couple games next Friday leading into the first round of the college football playoff. And then Saturday, the 20th, is all college football playoff games as we try and determine who's going to advance through into the second round in pursuit of the national championship. Of course, our focus here is on the hirings set to be made at the offensive assistant spots for South Carolina, starting off with, of course, Kendall Briles. Kendall Briles spoke a little about a year and a half ago at a coaching clinic explaining his philosophies on offense. We'll get into that coming up next. Let's hear what he had to say about his own offense coming up next as the halftime show. Tyler Head flying solo. Captain Dave hanging out with you here on your Tuesday on The Game. All right, welcome back in. It is the halftime show. Tyler Head, Captain Dave, along with you here on your Tuesday on the game. Again, Bill Gunner out today. We'll get him back in here hopefully coming up tomorrow. And by then, hopefully we'll have everything officially finalized when it comes to not just the offensive coordinator hire, but the other assistant hires on South Carolina's staff. But again, things are far enough down the line that, again, when you see Famil and we see Nakos and all those national guys tweeting about teams finalizing deals, you know it's going to get done, just kind of waiting for all the specifics to be hammered out and all that kind of stuff. So Kendall Briles going to become South Carolina's offensive coordinator, and he comes in with a veer and shoot offense, which is a college-specific offense, which, hey, that was one of the things that we all were asking for when it came to Beamer's next hire. It's like, hey, go out there and get somebody, no NFL experience, somebody that runs a college-specific offense. Well, Kendall Briles has not spent a second in the NFL. He is only a college guy and has been brought up in the system that his dad was one of the innovators of, with this offshoot of air raid, with veer and shoot and all that kind of stuff. So what are the elements of that offense that are really important to know about? And I said this earlier, I've never had the opportunity to cover a team that runs a veer and shoot. I'm familiar with it, but I'm excited to learn more about it, see it up close and personal, and all that kind of stuff as we get into the 2026 season. But Kendall Briles was speaking at a coaches convention. This was beginning of last year, so early 2024, if I'm remembering correctly, and was just kind of detailing a lot of his philosophy when it comes to offense, and it gives you a little bit of a better insight into what exactly to expect when it comes to the Kendall Briles offense being implemented at South Carolina. And we'll start off with cut number one here, Dave. This is him talking briefly about the emphasis on tempo in his offense.
Tempo. So when we start, obviously I've been to several different places. I went to 5 schools in 5 years, so you're installing quite a bit. We always start with tempo. So whenever we start talking to the offense, we're going to be a team that's going to tempo. That's the number one thing that we're going to talk to our team about. We'll get into the details of that a little bit later.
So tempo is a very important part. And again, in those air raid, run and shoot, veer and shoot type systems, you see that pretty consistently across the board of trying to play fast, trying not to allow the defense to substitute, and all those kind of things. We saw a little bit of tempo mixed into what Mike Shula was doing this year, but there were plenty of times where he came in here on Monday saying, hey, maybe do that a little bit more, especially when you kind of saw that stuff working like earlier on in the game. And it's one of the many frustrating things about the Shula offense is they would do those kind of things and see success with it and then not really do it consistently for the rest of the game. But you don't have any problem, you don't have any doubts that that's going to be a consistent thing when it comes to Kendall Briles and his offense here. And he mentioned going into more detail, which I want to play this clip for you. It's about 2.5 minutes long, so it's a little bit of a longer clip, but I do think it's interesting in hearing an offensive mind like his really elaborate and explain what all goes into playing tempo, right? I think we think of tempo as, well, just get up to the next play, spot the ball, and let's keep going. But there's so many minute details into running tempo that you may not have even thought about yourself. But this will be cut number 8 here, Dave. Here's Kendall Briles at that same coaching clinic detailing the things that he emphasizes when it comes to being successful running tempo in his offense.
Okay, mechanics. So for us, it works for us. I'm on the field. We have one signaler, okay? There's a couple different reasons why we do that. I like being on the field. I like looking the players in the eyes. I like being able to feel the game. I like seeing the DBs, the defense. I like looking at those guys because I think it gives you a better feel for that. So that's why I choose to be on the field. With that, we use one signaler. So our quarterback and our skill guys are going to get the signals. They're going to relay the call to the O-line. The O-line, every play should be the same to them. Okay, and it all starts with the center. You see that up there, but he's got to find exactly where the ball is going to be set. So we do use one signaler. We don't try to do all the other stuff. If you can get our signals and you can get lined up and get that communicated to all 11 guys on the field, then we're not playing fast enough. That's on us. We play with one ball. That's what we want to do. So when we start a drive, we're going to try to play with one football, okay? And we'll talk about it, but you got to involve your managers on that as well. But when we start the drive, we need to play with one football. Obviously, there's going to be stoppage. There's going to be things that happen defensively. They're going to flop on you, okay? That's going to happen. There's going to be penalties, all that type of stuff. And you can exchange the ball, and then if it's a weather situation, you can play with a different ball. But we want to try to play with one football. when we start a drive. Skilled players get the ball to the center judge. You guys know that. Center take the lead. It's imperative that your center is an intelligent guy that understands the tempo and knows how to go find where the ball is going. If it's out of bounds to the left, get to the left hash. You know where it's going to be. Find the line judge, get set, so those other guys can get set off of you. Nobody else is going to get down. The right guard ain't going to get his big ass down until you get your hand on the ball, and then the left tackle is going to, all that's going to happen after you get down, okay? So he's got to be fast, being able to get down. And then we film with a continuous tape during our scrimmages in the fall and the spring and during our games. So we'll have a continuous tape, and they're going to film everything. So we're going to coach in between the plays, and we'll have guys that'll cut that up, and we'll make a highlight of that. We'll show it to them post-game, and we'll show our players, hey, you seen what you're doing with the ball right here? So you're handing it to this official, and we'll show the offense, you're handing it to this guy. Well, this guy is not very athletic, and he's going to throw the ball to that guy on the field, and that guy's going to drop the ball. And then that umpire is finally going to get the ball set. And by that time, there is no tempo. And it's all because you're just not running the ball inside. And so you're able to show those guys and then showing them doing it correctly. A guy catching the ball on the sideline, running the ball in, handing it to the ump, getting a signal and playing fast. And so all that stuff matters, and you're able to coach off of it.
So a lot of good detail there. And again, tempo is something I don't think you think about quite in those kind of minute details. Very interesting to hear him explain all that. One thing he said at the beginning where, unlike Mike Shula, where we had several debates in the offseason, is he going to be on the field? Is he going to be in the box? You know, is it going to be like Dal Loggins was? Well, what's the deal? I don't think there's any denying that Kendall Briles is going to be on the sidelines for based on what he said, likes to look in guys' eyes and be down there at field level when it comes to running his offense. But it also, going back to the part that he said there about, you know, having an athletic center that's quick enough to be able to get up on the ball, get it spotted, get everybody set. And like you said, nobody else is going to get set on the offensive line until the center is over the ball and ready to snap. So having a guy that's going to be able to get up after the play, no matter where the play ends or where he's at, get up to where it's being spotted, get on the ball, and get things ready to go. Do you have that on the roster? I don't know. That's something that's going to have to be evaluated. And, you know, Kendall Briles may be looking for a portal center because of that. If what we have on the roster here does not meet what he needs when it comes to the nuance of running tempo and all that kind of stuff. And obviously you're trying to prevent the defense from substituting by keeping the same personnel on the field and all that kind of stuff, and going quick. Just looking at the numbers, TCU was 34th or better in tempo in his 3 seasons there. Carolina was about 44th in tempo this year in terms of seconds between plays. Again, they mixed it in a little bit, but it wasn't something that you would say was an integral part of that offense, as opposed to what we're expecting to see with Kendall Briles taking over in 2026. He also mentioned you're probably going to have guys flopping on you. So that's something that you're going to have to watch out for, too, going up against other defenses where, you know, a defense will have been on the field for 7-8 plays, and they're just boom, getting hammered, and suddenly you have a guy that goes down with an injury, so to speak, quote unquote, which they're trying to crack down on, but I haven't seen a lot of penalties come that way. So I would say expect some flops if South Carolina's offense is looking effective enough at times next year in terms of what defense is going to do to try and slow them down, substitute, and all those kind of things. But tempo is going to be extremely important when it comes to running this offense here at South Carolina, and having the guys athletic enough to do it. And again, that's the opportunity that Briles is going to have when he comes in to look at this roster saying, okay, these guys fit what I like to do. Maybe these guys not so much. Let's go out in the portal and get these guys in these various spots to kind of supplement what I need to make sure this is going to be successful. So that's going to be interesting to see when it comes to the roster assessment, who they get in the portal and all that kind of stuff, to see who can fit that mold of what he needs in his type of offense. Just A, be able to keep up with the tempo, and B, do the things within the framework of running plays that he's going to need to do as well. And we'll get into some of the other things that he had to say in reference to those specific plays, how he lines things up on the field, type of plays that he's running, and all that kind of stuff as we continue on. Again, we're still waiting on name to be put to paper, the Board of Trustees meeting to approve the contract and all that kind of stuff. But this far enough down the line where we all feel comfortable saying that Kendall Briles is going to be South Carolina's offensive coordinator coming up in 2026. And we're in the process of understanding, trying to at least, what this is going to look like coming up next season. We'll get into more of what Kendall Briles had to say about his offense coming up next as the halftime show rolls along. Tyler Head, Captain Dave, no Bill Gunner today on your Tuesday on the Game. All right, welcome back in. It is the halftime show. Tyler Head, Captain Dave, along with you here on your Tuesday on the game. Very busy Tuesday, as later on today, from 4 until 6, you can go hang out with Elijah and Preston from the early game, as they will be partaking in a chicken finger eating contest at the new Guthrie's location at 339 Generations Way. It's next to Valvoline. It's right down from Firehouse Subs. Believe that was a Firehouse Subs we were at only a couple months ago. So if you came and saw us out there, you're right in the same area, as they'll be partaking in a chicken finger eating contest. Xavier Leggett also going to be out there hanging out, signing autographs and all that kind of stuff, so you can meet him as well. Dave, if I put you in a chicken finger eating contest at on your best eating day, how many can you put down?
Ooh, well, you mean now or before?
Was your best eating days before?
Yes.
Okay, on your best eating day before your, all of your medicines and stuff, well, what would you have been able to put down?
I could do whatever's in the box and then keep going. So
Okay.
I'd say at least 20.
Okay, all right. That's pretty strong. I set the line at 15.5 for them individually. I think they can both get over that.
Oh yeah, those. Sure.
I feel like I could get into the 16 to 20 range if I'm not eating fries or toast or anything like that. Just purely the chicken tenders. Assuming I haven't eaten anything the rest of the day, I feel like I could knock back somewhere between 16 to 20 probably.
Is this with or without dipping sauce?
That I don't know. I don't know, because like when you do the professional eating, they dip it in water to help it kind of dissolve a little bit easier and easier to chew up and stuff like that. I don't know if dipping sauces do that. The dipping sauce also carries calories, so you're bringing in calories with ketchup or chicken sauce or whatever it may be. So you got to be careful with that. Maybe a little bit, but not a lot.
They should do like a extra little part that has sriracha or some kind of jalapeno, something really hot.
Yeah, progressively the chicken tenders get hotter the more you eat them.
That would be awesome.
That would be awesome. So, you can go hang out with them today from 4 until 6 out at Guthrie's, 339 Generations Way, to see who is the chicken finger eating champion of the early game. We're taking a look at the Kendall Briles offense, the veer and shoot offense to be specific, and what you can expect when it comes into South Carolina for 2026. And again, he was speaking at a coaching clinic, this is about a year and a half ago, and went over kind of the finer details of this offense. And there are a lot of things that are emphasized in this. And one thing that makes this offense unique is the way that they use spacing on the field. This will be cut number 5, Dave. Here is Kendall Briles talking about spacing in his offense.
Spacing, using the entire field, gives you defined pictures, makes it easier for quarterbacks. Every place I've been, I ask them about it. When you have the wide splits, it just defines the field for them. Stress conflicts players, so they can't play both. Those guys have to serve 2 masters. Okay, they got to carry 3 vertical and they got the B gap. So what are you going to do? So we're going to read all those guys. You guys are doing the same thing. And then create the one-on-one matchups. From a pass game standpoint, we're going to have our 4-level, 3-level quick game, drop back, play action.
Serving 2 masters, and that's one of the emphasis of these type of offense, air raid, run, shoot, veer, and shoot, where they line receivers up way to the outside, out at the boundary, past the numbers, all that kind of stuff, to where you don't have the ability to mix and match on defense when it comes to going between pass and run. You have to kind of declare yourself a little bit, right? It's all about the number of guys in the box, and it becomes very easier, I guess, when you're on offense to say, okay, do they have a loaded box? Do they have a light box? If it's a light box, you can run. If it's a loaded box, you're obviously going to try and do something else. And I think specifically about like in a pro-style offense that we saw here at South Carolina, where you'd have like a Brian Rowe at the slot receiver spot, lined up not far off of where the tight end or the tackle is, to where that nickel corner has the opportunity to stay in coverage against, the slot receiver, or come up and run sport blitz, whatever it may be. Where if you're using the wider splits, where you might have that slot guy all the way out the numbers, well, guess what? The guy in coverage on him can't come up and run support because they're seemingly a mile away where the ball's being snapped, especially if the ball's in the far hash and they're lined up outside the numbers on the other side. So it gives you an opportunity to really force the defense to be honest about what they're doing, and creates more it doesn't make anything easy. It doesn't make, there's no easy button when it comes to offense. So it makes things easier in terms of what they're telling you with their coverages and stuff like that. And yeah, you're gonna have to get used to seeing, receiver sets lined up way to the outside. They may even be at a camera frame. Like if you watch like Tennessee, and I know that Heupel's offense is technically the run and shoot, but still very similar. You'll have some instances where like you can't see a receiver because they're out of camera frame. Like if the ball's on the far hash, he'll have a receiver at the bottom of the screen, maybe see the top of his helmet or the scoreboard's blocking him or something like that, but they utilize every inch of space on that field, creates lanes, through the middle of the field and all that kind of stuff that really opens up the offense a lot more. And I expect that's what you're going to see here with Kendall Briles at South Carolina. Also an offense that uses a lot of RPOs, and that's cut number 4 here, Dave, something else that Kendall Briles talked about.
Using mixed plays. So whenever we first started running RPO World 2010, there wasn't a term for it, so we called it mixed plays. Our guys at TCU, they're going to call them mixed plays, but that's just RPOs. We're going to be doing that 80% of the time.
80% of the time. Sounds pretty good to me. Especially, and we don't know this, I'm interested to see now that this hire is getting made, what decision Lenore Sellers ultimately tries to make, because I would love to see Sellers in an offense that runs RPOs 80% of the time. That seems right up his alley. That doesn't mean he's going to stay, but if he does, my goodness, that seems like that's something that's going to benefit him a lot if he's able to do that, because it's all about choice. It's all about the option, run, pass option, RPO, run, pass option, of having so many variations of one play depending on what the defense does. And we've seen Sellers do a really good job when it comes to making those reads, to keep it, to hand it off, or to pull it and throw. You know what I mean? And if you're running RPOs at that same kind of high clip next year with him, I think this is an offense that can be really, really successful. Again, we saw that mixed in with the Shula offense, but not nearly to the clip that I think a lot of us wanted to see. Again, it's something that we know Sellers does well, and if he comes back, that's something he can have a lot of success with when it comes to running this offense, hopefully next year. Again, we'll see what his decision ultimately ends up being. And then explosives. Explosive plays are a big part of this type of offense as well. This will be cut number 7, Dave. Here is our Kendall Briles on explosives in his offense.
And then emphasis on explosiveness, which is a pass or a run over 10 yards. If you win turnover battle and you win the explosive plays, you win the football game. That's the bottom line. So we put a ton of emphasis on being incredibly explosive, and then obviously defensively, guys are wanting to limit those explosive plays.
So, look, every team and coach has different metrics for what explosives are. He's just talking general between run and pass plays of anything over 10 yards. Well, on that note, TCU averaged 15 of those plays a game this past year. You tell me there's 15 plays a game where they go over 10, will they go 10 more yards? I'll take that in a heartbeat, right? And again, when you talk about the dynamics of this offense where you have these receivers so far to the outside, and you'll use them in bunches too. So you have 2 receivers lined up on one side, 2 receivers lined up on the other side is one option there, where you have one that's going to run a go and just go deep, and then you're going to have another one that'll run what they call the choice routes, right, where, he can run a hitch or something like that, and it really just kind of depends on how the defense reacts to it with the defensive backs that are in coverage. Do you come to that guy that's coming back in, or do you hit the guy over top that maybe now has the room and the space, depending on how the defense reacts? So a lot of variations, a lot of things moving at once on this offense that, quite frankly, I'm just excited to watch. It sounds like a lot of fun. Again, I've seen it in watching other teams play, but to be able to cover this week in and week out, I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm excited to hear Kendall Briles' philosophy on how to use that and how he assesses the talent that you have. Now, again, what's Sellers going to decide to do, what's Harbor going to decide to do are big factors in this, right? Because if you have those 2 guys back, I think those are both guys that can thrive in this type of offense. You don't have them back, it's like, okay, you're looking in the portal. Does Kendall Briles come in and look at his quarterback room and say, okay, well, I think Cutter Woods can work in this offense, or I think that Landon Duckworth can work in this offense, Aaron Nolan, whatever it may be, or do you have to go out there and get a portal quarterback? All those questions will be answered in time, but if you can get back Sellers and Harbor too, that'd be really, really huge in terms of a starting point for what this offense can be starting in 2026. So we'll certainly see. Again, waiting on the specific details of this to come to fruition. It sounds like, according to what Chris and everybody's been reporting on. They're trying to get the other hires kind of finalized too, and put this all together in terms of making the having the board of trustees meeting to approve the contracts, making the announcements, press conference, all that kind of stuff. So we'll get all that in due time, hopefully here really, really soon. We'll come back. We'll wrap up hour number 1. Jamie Bradford brought up something yesterday in reference to what Rick Neuheisel had to say about bowl games. We'll hear what he had to say about that. And was he right? We'll dive into that next as we wrap up hour number 1. It is the halftime show. Tyler Head and Captain Dave on your Tuesday on the Game. All right, welcome back in. It is the halftime show. Tyler Head, Captain Dave. No Bill Gunner today. Scott Hamilton, the Post and Courier, going to jump in here with me. At the top of the next hour, hang out, get his thoughts on everything going on in the world of college football as we navigate through the almost middle part of this week as we still await official news when it comes to South Carolina's assistant coach hirings, which, again, hopefully should be wrapped up here pretty soon. Of course, a big talking point yesterday was the fallout of everything that happened with the college football playoff, leaving Notre Dame out, putting Miami in. And again, I think they made the right decision. I think they went about it the wrong way because Miami should have just been ahead of them the entire time. We're not having the same conversation. And then maybe Notre Dame isn't opting out of the Pop-Tarts Bowl. And again, I'm worried about the future of bowl games, the non-playoff ones at least, because I do think with what Notre Dame did, I think this could become a growing trend across the sport for years to come, much like player opt-outs did, where we thought, nobody's ever going to opt out of a bowl game, and then one or two players do it, and now suddenly everybody's doing it. Now entire teams are having to miss bowl games because they just don't have enough players from opt-outs, transfers, and all that kind of stuff. So is Notre Dame setting a dangerous precedent about bowl games going forward? We will have to see. Yesterday, when Bill and I were talking to Jamie Bradford, he brought up something that Rick Neuheisel, of course, of CBS Sports, former head coach at places like UCLA and all that, brought up on the Dan Patrick show, where he says he thinks bowl games might eventually move to the beginning of the year. This will be cut number 14 here, Dave. It's an interesting thought. Here is Rick Neuheisel explaining what he means a little more in detail.
I think we're going to have a hard time talking a bunch of teams into playing in the postseason. Maybe I'm wrong, and I hope I am, because I remember vividly how much I enjoyed him both as a player and as coach. But I just think in this day of transaction football where people are coming and going, that there are going to be a lot of teams, and we're going to see a lot of players that aren't going to participate, and I think that's a shame. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a bunch of these bowl games get moved to the front end of a college football season.
So I guess the way he's describing it, you'd almost kind of leave the beginning of the season open in a way where if you're not going to play these bowl games in December, you'd say, okay, well, instead of playing like the Pop-Tarts Bowl on December 30th or whatever, you would take BYU and Georgia Tech, and they'd play in Orlando to start the 2026 season. That sounds like a lot of logistics. And also, like, scheduling is done so far in advance in college football now. Like the instance from the other day where yesterday, where Carolina announced Kent State was going to be its season opener only 9 months ahead of time is very, very rare. Usually these things are done even against the smaller schools 5, 6, 7, sometimes 10 plus years in advance. So I don't know if the structure of scheduling in college football allows that kind of stuff. I get what he's saying, because if you're in a situation as a bowl where you don't want to be in this constant state of flux of, all right, are these teams going to play? How many players are going to opt out? Are they going to care about this game? It's going to be worth watching on TV or whatever. Putting it in the season makes it more important, makes people care about it. I just don't know if that's the route they'll eventually ever go down. I brought this up yesterday, or I think the real next step is involving NIL. I mean, let's look at the Players Era Championship that just went on in Vegas the other week during Thanksgiving. Carolina women were in it and came up short to Texas in the final there, but there's an NIL component baked in. You're playing for something, right? Where the winning team got to divvy up, $1 million in NIL prize money? Yeah, now yes, it's a lot. You get a lot bigger chunk of change if you're on a basketball team with, 12 to 15 people on scholarship, as opposed to a football team with almost 100 or 100 more with the new rules on scholarships and all that. So it may have to be done a little bit differently. The pots may have to be bigger, but that to me is kind of the way I think bowl games should be looking going forward in terms of making them matter. Because again, like the playoff games matter because they're in the playoff. Like the Sugar Bowl, Rose Bowl, Peach, Fiesta, Orange Cotton, all those games are a pathway to getting to the national championship. But the Citrus, Rely Quest, LA Bowl, the Music City Bowl, all these are just consolation prizes. And for the longest time, as Rick Neuheisel pointed out, he loved them as a coach. He loved them as a player. But now, when you have this emphasis that these other bowl games are so much more important, you're seeing players and now entire teams say, not really worth our time. I don't really think I want to go to this bowl game. So how do you create that incentive again? I really think it boils down to NIL and saying, all right, well, the ReliaQuest Bowl, we're going to have a pot of $4 million in NIL, and the winning team gets 3, the losing team gets 1, and you divvy it up however you see fit, or something along those lines. I don't know, but that to me kind of seems more of what path I think bowl games are going to go down, as opposed to Neuheisel's, what I think is a pretty radical proposal, saying, well, instead of playing them in December, we're just going to move that to the beginning of the year so that way players care about them. I just think there's too much red tape and too many hoops to jump through, try and pull something off like that. Though, in today's age of college football, nothing's impossible, so we can end up being right, and I could be wrong on that. But again, I think it's more along the lines of creating more incentive with where bowl games are currently structured through, quite literally, offering money through NIL, the sponsors, and all that kind of stuff. I think it's kind of the way to hopefully get bowl games back to being something important to most teams again, even if you're not involved in the college football playoff. But an interesting idea nonetheless. And hey, at this point, there's no bad ideas, I guess. So I don't quite seeing it play out that way. Speaking of college football and controversy, there was quite a bit of it over the weekend. We'll dive into the fallout of that, get Scott Hamilton from the Post and Courier's thoughts on that coming up next as we get into hour number 2. It is the halftime show. It's our Ed and Captain Dave along with you here on your Tuesday on the Game. All right, welcome back in. Hour number 2. It is the halftime show. Tyler Head, Captain Dave. And coming in off the bench, our guy, Scott Hamilton. You're only as good as your depth. Basketball, 6-man and beyond. Football, your rotations. Baseball, guys coming off the bench. All that kind of stuff. So, Scott, we always appreciate you being ready, even at the last minute. We kind of sprung this on you late. So, how we doing, man?
I'm your change of pace back.
You are, yes. At third downs, situations, goal lines. Are you a scat back?
I don't really know what I am. I'm a little power. I'm a little scat back. I'm just a guy that comes in high energy.
Okay.
I'm throwing like out of the bullpen, 148 miles an hour. I might hit the mascot. I might blow my arm out.
Sure.
Or I might strike out the side.
Yeah. Well, you know, like I said, you changed the pace up a little bit, which is always appreciated.
I appreciate you, brother. We got a lot to talk about, man. And I need to catch up. I haven't looked at the rundown yet.
Yeah. Again, this was kind of a last-minute thing, so appreciate you being available. I guess maybe the first question for you is your take on the fallout of everything that's happened in the last 48 hours with conference championships and the 12-team playoff field being announced, Miami jumping Notre Dame at the last minute, which, again, I said right choice being made. The way the committee went about it was really dumb because they should have just been ranked ahead of them to begin with.
Yeah, I agree. And I you know, I'm my top 25 ballot. I always had Miami ahead of Notre Dame. How could you not?
Yeah.
Given the head-to-head matchup. And I think what's happened here is the selection committee has painted itself in a corner by these absolutely asinine weekly rankings. And it's something we've talked about ever since they started having these useless shows. I mean, it was cool in the beginning because, oh, man, we got a playoff and we got to talk about it every week and yada, yada, yada. Then we realized, you know what? We really don't need this. We need one in October, one in December, and be done with it. But they painted themselves in a corner because they didn't change it throughout, the Miami and Notre Dame specifically.
Well,
so that's one takeaway from it.
Yeah. Do we even need the one in October? Like,
I think so. I think so.
You set a bar, kind of.
Exactly. I think we need it to really, you know, the midway point. How are things shaping up? And make that one a 2-hour show. Blow it up. Go crazy. Here we are at the halfway point of the season. Double your ads. Make more money. Make everybody happy, and then you have the big one at the end of the year.
Yeah,
that's one way.
So I was advocating yesterday for just one show at the end where you have obviously all your data at that point, but I can get behind two where, again, you kind of have the halfway point. Okay, halfway through the season, here's how we see things so far. And I know the TV show is baked into the contract with ESPN, and past that, on Tuesday nights at 7 o'clock, you can have a bracketology type of show where Reese and Joey and McElroy and Herbstreit and whoever can get up there and speculate about what they think has changed or way the things are viewed going forward. And then after Championship Saturday, when all your data is finalized, boom, there's your final rankings, to where I don't think we're looking at it so much in terms of like, well, this team can't move up these spots. This team can't fall down these spots. Like, okay, they're going to completely redo this thing. There's no telling who's going to be where at that point in time because you have an entire back half of the season's worth of data that completely changes the way you think about all programs.
Yeah, I agree. And they've painted themselves in a corner, though. And I just thought it was so absolutely ridiculous. First of all, why would any intelligent human being, and I have to think that to be an athletic director at the Division I level, especially at a P4, you have to be a somewhat capable human being,
right?
Able to achieve a few things. Why would you sign up to be the chair of that committee and have to go out and basically be like a hostage?
Yeah.
And try to deliver these monotone messages. Look, we don't get the truth from anything they say about it. We don't. It's all mumbo jumbo rigmarole. The only way we get the truth is to look at Hunter Yurachek's eyes, and he's blinking in Morse code like a hostage. Okay, well, here's what really happened. We got pressure to flip Miami and Notre Dame, blah, blah, blah. That's what happened. It's just so ridiculous, man. And I love the playoff more than just about anything in the world other than my family. This deal, the way they go about it, the way they posture, the way they try to say, oh, well, this is the way it is, and this was the smart thing to do, it's absolutely insulting. It's all about the money.
Yeah, it is. And we've known that pretty much this entire time. And I guess outside of the final year of the 14 playoff, where again they excluded Florida State, they dropped Georgia from 1-6 after just losing the SEC championship game by 3 points. We never had like crazy controversy, and I thought Scott Van Pelt made a really good point when talking about this over the weekend, that the more you expand this thing, now to 12, likely to 16 next year and the years going forward, you run into a situation where you have a lot of teams that are very comparable, right? Where you have a lot of 10-2 teams, a lot of teams that are 9-3, a lot of teams with similar type of resumes that, at least in the Miami Notre Dame instance, you had to head-to-head at the end of the day that did end up mattering. But, I mean, Vanderbilt had an argument. BYU had their argument. Texas had their argument. Like, everybody made a case for themselves. And so Duke made an argument from winning the ACC, even though we knew that wasn't going to end up happening. But the more you expand this, to more you lower the standard of what it takes to get in, to where more flawed teams are going to be on this bubble, to where next year we're debating, 8-4 Southern Cal versus, 9-3 Utah or something along those lines. And whoever's 17, 18, 19 is going to be mad they didn't get in. Like, this is an ongoing thing. And look, from the purposes of doing this job, I love the fact that we have storylines to talk about. That's great. But again, I think it really kind of paints college football in a poor light to some degree as well, that we have all this chaos around our championship format, which all other levels of football have something pretty straightforward. Now, yes, there's committees for things like the FCS playoffs and stuff like that, but it's more, it's less controversial than what we have now.
Let me ask you this. Why is it that the basketball tournament, there's always a little pushback, but for the most part, they get it right? And I know they have way more teams involved and all that, and I get that, but there's also more teams playing.
Yes.
But for the most part, they nail it. They get it right. They don't have weekly selection shows. And I don't understand, especially in a world where we have an increasing amount of data and metrics and information, that this is such a problem. My only solution to this, other than expanding to 16, which I think 16 is a perfect number. I'm not expanding for the sake of expanding. I think 16, have always thought 16 was a good number. But my best solution for this, Tyler, you do away with the selection committee. Mm-hmm. You rely on polls and computers, like we did for a long time.
Yep.
And maybe this, and we could dive deeper into this later if you want. You make the conference championship games be automatic qualifiers. Everybody else in that. Isn't
that? I mean, they kind of are automatic qualifiers in a sense, anyway.
Are they? Did Duke get in?
And that
Duke
was
wrecked it by winning that one.
They did. That was more in the ACC for having a convoluted tiebreaker system.
Exactly. Go back to the divisions. What they ended up getting, and I think it's so appropriate, and we can punch on the ACC all day, but I will defend it at one point. There used to be a thing called Coastal Chaos, where the Coastal Division was always a mess, and I think it was 7 different winners in 7 years, and you never knew. Well, guess what happened when you got rid of divisions?
Yep.
Coastal Chaos spread throughout the entire conference.
Yeah.
The entire conference is a mess. Go back to divisions.
Well, I think what you eventually run into is you'd really be locking yourself into only playing your side of the division. Like, let's take a look at the SEC, right, where you have 16 teams in the SEC. So if you were to split that into divisions, that means you would play what? Well, I guess you play with 9 conference games. You played 7 teams, 7 other teams in your division, and then you just have 2 crossovers every year, which I guess that is similar. That is similar to what they used to do. The Big Ten runs into more of a problem because they have 18. ACC with 17 is more of a problem. I guess theoretically could work in the SEC more than the others, but yeah, it's kind of like time is a flat circle where we always kind of come back to the same thing over and over again, where we could legitimately be talking about divisions once again, which we thought we were all done with, beginning last year.
I knew the divisions were fine. I had no problem with divisions. I really didn't, because you see it. They said, "Oh well, the SEC West keeps dominating." Well, it wasn't that long ago. It was the SEC East that kept dominating.
Yeah,
you had Florida and Georgia and Tennessee and all that. I'm all for it. And my model, and again, I am no one of any consequence. My model is the Power 4 winners get automatic bids, and then you give 2 automatic bids to the two G5 winners.
So you want the G5 in?
Oh, I absolutely want the G5.
Okay.
It's a tournament. And when the G5 was talking about should they have their own playoff and that, and I'm like, no. You don't want to win the G5 tournament. You want to win the college football tournament, the college football playoff. You don't want to win a playoff. You want to win the playoff. And especially in this world where NIL, transfer portal, and all these other things have created parity like we've never seen in college football, I don't see why it can't be done at the G5 level. I know the resources are fewer. Mm-hmm. I get it. But I think there's a pathway there for a G5 to make a lot of noise. And think about Tyler. Was Indiana? I mean, I don't know Indiana's resource situation that great, but I would presume it wasn't off the charts when they humbled themselves to hire a G5 coach.
Yeah, I wouldn't. My guess is they're not among the top spenders in college football when it comes to NIL. But yeah, getting the coach right can certainly fix all those things. I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how, because again, they've moved the deadline to decide on the future, which again, I think we all know is going to go to 16 a month from now. How does all the fallout from what happened on Sunday, as well as how the G5 plays with James Madison going to Oregon and Tulane going to Ole Miss affect if they get thrown a bone with this going forward, or if it's going to be like, hey, you got to be ranked above a certain way like it used to be to get in, not a guaranteed spot. I'm intrigued to see how the power conferences decide to treat that.
I'm intrigued to see what the power conferences look like after this whole Notre Dame thing.
Yep.
I mean, this has been a long time coming. And you know, I don't know how much longer this segment is, but I've got thoughts on this because I'm going to say this. We can laugh at Notre Dame. We can be mad at Notre Dame. We can be pissed off at Notre Dame, and that's fine. They deserve it.
Sure.
They deserve it. My biggest takeaway is good on Jim Phillips for not allowing his conference and himself personally to be cut off at the knees. He was handcuffed by that deal. He is handcuffed by that deal with Notre Dame. He didn't sign that. John Swofford did that, along with the grant of rights and all the other things that conference is held together, man, with tinfoil and bubblegum.
Kind of feels that way.
It does feel that way. And for Jim Phillips to actually stand up, nope, we're going to advocate for our guys. Sorry. Now, if it were basketball, you'd be one of us. But no, when you're football, you're not with us. So these are our guys. Yeah. And behind the scenes, I presume he was lobbying like a mofo after Duke did what they did. And it worked. And good on Jim Phillips.
We'll get into what Pete Bavacqua had to say on the athletic director at Notre Dame on Dan Patrick a little bit later on in the show. But since we're talking about the playoffs, let's get into contenders and pretenders coming up next. Who do we think has a legitimate shot to win the national championship of the 12 teams still upstanding? That's coming up next. It is the halftime show. Tyler Ed, Scott Hamilton, Captain Dave on your Tuesday on the Game. All right, welcome back in. It is the halftime show. Tyler Head, Captain Dave, Scott Hamilton hanging out with you here on your Tuesday on the game. We'll get back into Kendall Briles and all the latest on that coming up in hour number 3. But we're getting set for the second edition of the 12-team college football playoff. First round games starting next Friday and Saturday. You'll have Alabama and Oklahoma on that Friday night out there in Norman. Then the other 3 games taking place on Saturday. And Scott, you just talked about how much you love the expanded playoff, and your Pro 16, which is what we're probably going to go to coming up next year. What do you think about what's your gauge on this year's field of the 12 teams that are in?
I'm fine with it. I'm absolutely good with it, Tyler. I like having the 2 G5s in it. I'll be candid with you. I got to watch a lot of James Madison and Tulane this year, and I was impressed. And I know we have the head-to-head already with Ole Miss. I think it was 59-10.
It wasn't close.
In Tulane.
Yeah, it wasn't close.
I feel better about it this time around. First of all, because Joey Freshwater is gone, but that's tape.
Yeah,
Lane can fix some things.
Yeah, that is the interesting thing about this playoff, which I guess you're going to run into this over time, where we have so many either rematches in the first round or setting up for rematches later on. So you're going to have a rematch between Oklahoma and Alabama. Oklahoma obviously won the game in Tuscaloosa a couple weeks ago. You have the rematch between Ole Miss and Tulane. Ole Miss obviously won that game pretty handily when they played earlier on this year. And if Ole Miss wins, well, guess what? They get a rematch with Georgia, a team that they lost to in Athens only a handful of weeks ago. So maybe you shuffle things around a little bit, make it look a little bit different, but it is what it is at this point in time. I think the question now becomes, okay, out of all these teams, yes, everybody has a chance when you're in the field, but some teams are better equipped to go on these runs through these now 3 to 4 games than others. How many of these teams do you look at and say, yes, that team can definitely win the national championship this year?
That's a great question. I mean, it used to be there would be 6 teams that would get into the 14 playoff. They had a shot.
Yes.
And usually only 2, maybe 3 that had a chance to actually win the whole darn thing. I look at this. I mean, we've got 12 teams, 9, 8.
Okay.
I don't see Oklahoma doing it. I mean, I'm a big believer that offense wins games, defense wins championships, but I not in this day and age. I don't think that's as sturdy. I love what I see from Indiana. I still think Ohio State is elite. Georgia, and we've talked about Georgia when I've been on here off and on, and I kept waiting for them to put together complete games, and they've done it now towards the end of the season. 8, Tyler? Maybe 8 teams? 7?
Yeah.
More than half.
I mean, the 1 through 3 with Indiana, Ohio State, and Georgia, I think everybody universally agrees, yes, all those teams are very capable of winning the national championship. I think a lot of people, including myself, I've been impressed with what I've seen from Texas Tech, but that's only been against the backdrop of the Big 12. They don't have the requirement to play another Power 4 team out of conference, so they played nobodies in their non-conference slate at the beginning of the year, so we don't have a gauge of them playing the SEC or the Big 10. And the Big 12 may be the best conference in all of college football. We just don't really know because we don't have as much crossover to really gauge on that. So I think they're good. I think they're capable of winning maybe a game. I don't know if they're capable of going on a 3-game run to win the entire thing. Past that, I agree with you. I think what Oklahoma's shown since Mateer's come back from his hand injury has not been good enough on offense. They beat Alabama, outgained about 200 yards in that game a couple weeks back, but they forced turnovers and played good defense, which is why they won. I don't know if that's going to get you deep because, again, they're going to have to win 4 games. First round, quarters, semis, and the championship to win the entire thing. I don't know if that team is built to go on that kind of run with the quality of competition they're going to have to face. A&M, again, the last time we saw them, didn't look like the best versions of themselves. Same team that did allow South Carolina to get out to a 4-touchdown lead in their game only a couple weeks back. So they have some inefficiencies. When they're playing their best, I think they're capable of beating anyone. So I think they've got a chance. Alabama, as not great as they've played in the last basically month of the season, because when they came to Carolina, I think we chalked that up to, okay, they had just finished that gauntlet of, 4 straight ranked opponents at that point in time, won all those games. They were tired. They had a bye week coming up, And, they struggled against Carolina in a lot of respects, but I think we said, okay, that's just a team that needs its rest. But even coming back from the bye week, they've not, outright dominated in the way that I think a lot of us thought they would, including getting run over by Georgia in the SEC championship. But, I can't in good conscience look at an Alabama team in a playoff, and maybe this is still Nick Saban brain, and say, oh, they don't have a chance, because they've got talent everywhere. And they've got a good head coach in Kalen DeBoer. I can never truly count them out.
Yeah, but Ty Simpson has not looked great. Kind of to your point. I mean, he's not looked great lately. Going back to Texas Tech, here's how I'm weighing Texas Tech. It's kind of like Indiana, right? I mean, we watched Indiana play a Big Ten schedule, but it wasn't the sturdiest Big Ten schedule. I mean, they almost lost at Penn State, for goodness sakes.
Yeah.
Oregon's a playoff team. Oregon's good, but still there was that. So I'm kind of taking it like that. I mean, I know what I saw on Saturday against BYU looked like an elite football team. I mean, they're definitely worthy to be in the playoff. Love their defense. Man, Rodriguez is unbelievable. I think the offense is efficient enough, but we don't really know until we know. So I'm kind of going in with an open mind. Ole Miss, that's the biggest question for me amongst the top 7 or 8. Ole Miss.
Yeah.
I mean, we just don't know. Charlie Weiss Jr. is there. He's going to be the offensive coordinator. Are the players motivated? Are they not motivated? I would presume they're motivated. How is the dynamic different? How's game day going to be different under Pete Golding? Will it be different under Pete Golding? I assume he keeps the same processes in check. You don't want to change it now.
Sure.
Is the layoff good? Is it bad for them having a few weeks off? Because this will be almost a month since they played? Right at a month? More?
Yeah, so they played on November 29th, and they'll play again on December 20th. So just a little shy of a month.
All we have to lean on right now, looking back from last year, is that the 4 teams that had the first round bye were the ones they didn't win.
Yep.
They didn't win. They didn't advance.
Right.
So I see value in playing that first round of games before you get too stale. But in the case of Ole Miss, so much has happened.
Going back to Texas Tech really quick, are we looking at Texas Tech the same way we looked at Indiana last year? Because, again, and look, they spent a lot of money in the offseason in the transfer portal, and we knew they were going to be capable of being good, but I don't think we've seen prolonged success to solidly say, okay, this is a team that's going to contend. Because, like Indiana last year, right, they had an easy schedule in the Big Ten. They played Ohio State, got beat pretty soundly. Then they got walloped by Notre Dame in the open round of the playoff. But this year they proved themselves. Like, okay, now they're very legit and the number 1 seed going into the playoff. I think Texas Tech, if they were to get bounced in the first round this year, I think it's going to take like another season of playing like this for people to say, okay, yeah, now they're a team we have to talk about every single year. I just don't think we're sold on them yet. And again, they've not really played outside of the Big 12 to truly know what they match up like against a Oregon, theoretically, that they should be seeing coming up in round number 2.
Yeah, I think that's a really good comparison, Tyler. I think maybe even comparing them brand-wise to a Vanderbilt would be comparable. But Vanderbilt had an SEC schedule. They beat Alabama last year.
I wouldn't,
because
it's not like Texas Tech has been in the doldrums. They've had good years. They've had moments over the years, but this is the first time we looked at them as like that flirting with the upper echelon of college football, at least in my lifetime.
Well, yeah, but that's it though. You have to retrain your brain.
You do, yeah.
We've had to do it with Vanderbilt. We've had to do it with Indiana to the nth degree, and that goes back to the larger point that we have more parity now than at any point in the history of the sport.
Yes,
ever.
We do.
So you and I have talked about this in the past, where we can't just sit back and say, okay, these are the 8 to 10 teams that are always going to be elite. They're always going to be good. They're always going to be ranked. They're always going to be better than everybody else. We can't think like that anymore.
Yeah.
And there are going to be teams that are going to elevate themselves and are going to stay there for quite a while. And then there are going to be teams that are going to elevate themselves, and it's a year-to-year proposition, up 1 year, down the next year, up 1 year. Look at South Carolina last year. That's a good example.
And that parity across the board in college football has led us to a very interesting Final Four when it comes to the Heisman Trophy. Who's going to be taking home the hardware this weekend? We'll get into that and the 4 finalists coming up next as the halftime show rolls along. Tyler Head, Scott Hamilton, Captain Dave on your Tuesday on the Game.
Colts.
All right, welcome back in. It is the halftime show. It's our Ed, Captain Dave along with you. We'll get into the Heisman conversation a little bit later on in the show. We are joined by a special guest now in studio, Brian Rosefield, who is the athletic director over at Ridgeview High School. We talked about this a little bit yesterday as we were teasing it coming up later on this week. The Bojangles Bash set to run the 11th through the 13th later on this week. As Brian, first of all, thank you for hanging out and being here with us today. Hope you're doing well today.
Really appreciate you having me in. I'm excited to be here. I brought you some Bojangles here
thank
in the
you. I
studio
appreciate
as
that.
well. So, but really excited to talk some high school hoops.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny because we spent the last couple weeks talking about the high school football playoffs, state championships last weekend, and then boom, you jump right into high school basketball. It's been going on for a little bit, but this is truly the showcase event of the state, obviously sponsored by Bojangles. It gives you an up-close look at some of truly the best talent and the best teams in the entire state over a couple days this weekend.
Yeah, we love the timing of this. As long as there's no, as years pass with hurricanes and pushing the high school football season to the schedule later, but it's a great way, like you say, after the South Carolina High School League football championships are done, and to be able, like you say, it's the best from around the country. Last year we had a team coming from Finland, but this year's the #1 team in the country, legitimately, in dynamic prep. It's Jermaine O'Neal's team, who's been coaching for a while now. They were at the event last year, Tyler, and they actually finished national runner-up last year. And I was talking to Coach, and he said, I think we're going to be a little bit better this year. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So they are legitimate #1. Montverde is coming. They're preseason number 15 in the country. And of course, you've got our guys in Ridgeview that have won 6 out of the last state championships here in South Carolina. And just every team that we have here is loaded with talent. It's a great way to do local versus national, and sometimes national versus national. Team coming down from Boston and Cats Academy playing Montverde on Friday night. That's a true Nike EYBL Scholastic matchup. So just really can't wait to get the Bojangles Bash started.
Yeah, looking at these national teams, Florida, Texas, North Carolina, Massachusetts, you mentioned Georgia, North Carolina, truly coming from all over. What is it about this event that invites these kind of teams to want to come and showcase in a place like South Carolina on a national stage?
Yeah, so I think it really starts with our Ridgeview community. We do such a great job of welcoming people in. That's really the intent of the event, is to take care of the players, the coaches, and the fans. And so for year 13 with the Bojangles Bash, to be able to have that word that has gotten out. I mean, there's no secret amongst high school coaches and even college coaches that they know that we take care of teams, and we're going to feed them. We're going to feed them. They're going to get their fill of Bojangles.
Yeah, I'm sure they will
throughout the weekend. But we treat them right, and it's just really good competition. That's the one thing that keeps coming up when coaches call. They say, "Hey," most coaches, I don't want to say all, but most coaches will say, "Get me against the best team that you have," and that's truly for us at Ridgeview to be able to play Montverde and Dynamic Prep, and those are teams that we would not normally get to play around South Carolina, and so it's a real test for our guys. But it's just a special event, Tyler.
Again, talking to Brian Rosefield from Ridgeview High School about the Bojangles Bash coming up this weekend, Thursday through Saturday, the 11th through 13th. Again, so many great teams from around the state and around the country going to be competing in that. I talked about this being the 13th year is what you said, right?
That's right.
How did this all kind of come about in the beginning, and how did you get it to the point of where this event is today?
Yeah, so John Combs was our old basketball coach at Ridgeview, and David Gordon was the athletic director. We're talking 15, 16, 17 years ago. They had the idea for a weekend shootout showcase in South Carolina, to be something that Ridgeview could call our own.
Sure.
And then through a long story made short, we developed a relationship with Bojangles 13 years ago, and John and Coach Gordon were gracious enough to say, "All right, Brian, you want to run it?" Like, absolutely, that sounds great. And we've all worked together. I talked to John earlier.
Yeah.
We've all worked together to keep the trajectory of this event going and going, because it's really, again, players, coaches, and fans. We want to bring a top quality event, which we have, to Columbia, to Ridgeview, and to Northeast Richland County, and everybody has been so supportive. I mean, we were talking about Kerry Rich earlier. He's always been so supportive of this event, whatever role he's been in. Coach Paris, everybody with Gamecock basketball, the county, obviously Bojangles, and so the trajectory was set 13 years ago, and we just keep going higher and higher.
You know, one thing, and I talked about this with Bill the other day, it's always so fascinating to me for South Carolina to be a small state like this, to produce the high level of talent across the board in all sports, football, baseball, but basketball as well. There's been so many phenomenal basketball players that have come through this state. It's really kind of crazy. And you get it, like the Californias, the Texas, the Georgias, those are big states with high populations, so the talent makes a lot of sense. This is a smaller state, but the level of basketball talent contained within the state is incredible.
It really is. And again, talking about our Ridgeview guys, G.G. Jackson, obviously,
right,
on a two-way contract right now with the NBA, coming through Ridgeview, but he's just one example. I think about 13 years ago, it was Seventh Woods. He was the guy at Hammond. We're like, oh my gosh, we have Seventh Woods. And then you think back, we have had so many guys come through that have played at the Bojangles Bash, but you're right about the talent of basketball talent in South Carolina, really, and what could be considered a football state in a lot of ways.
Sure.
The amount of talent that's come through South Carolina really is incredible.
And a couple of the guys that are on the Ridgeview team, C.J. Morris and R.J. Davis, pretty highly ranked nationally when it comes to the 2028 class. So get a glimpse into some guys that will be finding their way onto the college hardwood here in a couple of years coming up this weekend as well.
That's right. Yeah, it's just the state is still loaded with talent. And you talk about R.J. and C.J., first of all, what great kids. Josh Staley does such a great job as our head coach with them, developing them, and they're just sophomores. They're developing. It's so interesting to see those kids year over year get better and get better and get better. And they want to be at Ridgeview to be able to play in events like this, and they obviously want to be at Ridgeview to be able to travel the country as well and play basketball.
And they'll be a part of the opening game coming up on Thursday, taking on C.A. Johnson. They'll also take on that dynamic prep team from Texas Friday night at 9 o'clock, and then Saturday, the final game of the weekend, taking on Montvere Academy out of Florida at 7:30 as well.
That's right. Yeah, the schedule is loaded. We look at that Saturday. We have 5 games on that Saturday, and fans can get their tickets before they sell out. Please do at bojanglesbash.com. But five games, 10 teams, and it's who do we put at the 1:30 game?
Sure.
Okay, let's put at the state championship winning Cross Creek against C.A. Johnson, who's locally a very good school, and then Greenville, state champion last year, playing at 3. So that whole Saturday, obviously Friday night too, is just loaded.
I'm also seeing here everybody that comes to the Bojangles Bash will get a gift card to Bojangles as well.
That's right. And we may not give every fan the giveaway food like y'all have gotten today, the Bojangles treatment, but every fan will get a Bojangles gift card. Bojangles is going to be running the concession stand. Fans that have been able to grab their VIP hospitality and reserve seats, Bojangles will be stocking the VIP hospitality room, which I think that's the most exciting part for me. Outside of really good basketball at the Bojangles Bash, but it's going to be Bojangles all weekend, and everybody's going to leave with something for sure.
Now, what is your favorite menu item at Bojangles personally?
It's the Bo Bites right now.
Yeah.
They are just, I can't get away from the Bo Bites.
My wife recently had her first ever Bowberry biscuit. And she was, as a work event, she says, "Hey, Bojangles is catering." I said, "Record yourself eating a Bowberry biscuit because I want to see your face the first time you bite into it." And she was blown away as I expected she would be.
Yep, that is a menu item, long-standing. Bojangles, if you're listening, I know you are. Keep the Bowberry biscuit on there. It's unbelievable.
It is truly phenomenal. And again, that's all happening at Ridgeview High School this weekend, Thursday through Saturday. And again, tell folks where they can get their tickets at if they haven't already.
Yep, so bojanglesbash.com has the tickets, the schedule. We're very active on social media. Josh is doing a great job on social media. Everything at Bojangles Bash on Instagram and on X. But again, bojanglesbash.com. Get those tickets before they sell out. We do have to close the doors every night.
You've been doing this for 13 years now. Do you have a defining moment or year of this event that stand out above the others?
Gosh, Tyler, I can't pick one. It's a great question, but I go back to what we do, again, just taking care of the players, coaches, and the fans. We used to do a breakfast on Saturday mornings. We'd get the teams up, and they'd come out here, guest speaker.
Sure.
There were so many connecting moments there to watch kids listen to speakers, and then we would give them a half-court shot opportunity. Dion Bethay hit one, who's the coach at Gray Collegiate. They're playing again this year. He hit one, won a $100 gift card for his team. So just those exciting moments, just to watch kids come together, watch fans come together, and watch our entire Ridgeview staff and community roll out the red carpet, come together. It's a great way for us to kind of get ready for the holiday season as well.
Yeah, I think we're all certainly looking forward to that. Again, we'll talk about this more certainly as the week goes along. But yeah, get your tickets if you haven't already to the Bojangles Bash and go get to see not only some of the best talent in the state, but around the entire country come into Columbia and showcase some basketball.
That's right. We can't wait to get a start. I hope to see you guys there.
Absolutely, Brian. We appreciate it. Thanks for coming by. And as always, thank you so much for the Bojangles as well.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Again, the Bojangles Bash. He's Brian Rosefield from Ridgeview High School. We'll come back and we'll wrap up the hour coming up next on the halftime show here on The Game. All right, welcome back in. It is the halftime show. Tyler Head, Scott Hamilton, Captain Dave hanging out with you again. Appreciate Brian there from the Bojangles Bash hanging out with us again. That is Thursday through Saturday over at Ridgeview High School. If you haven't got your tickets, go online to bojanglesbash.com and get those. You don't want to miss that with all the great talent going on in this state and from out of the state. It's going to be coming in for the event coming up this weekend. So looking forward to that. We'll talk about that more as the week goes along, getting you set for that as well. But I guess it's good that you're in here with me today, Scott, because we're going to talk about the Heisman Trophy, and you get to vote on the Heisman Trophy.
I can and I do.
Have you cast your ballot yet?
Oh yeah. We had to have it in by Monday.
Okay, all right.
I sent mine in around 1 a.m. late Saturday night, early Sunday morning.
Would that imply that you were voting on somebody that played on Saturday?
You should always watch every game.
Okay,
that you can.
And all right.
That's and for the uninitiated. I'll fill in our listeners really quickly. They send us our ballots electronically. Now they don't send them until like Thursday or Friday before the conference championships. Back in the day, you used to get them in the mail, right? Or
okay.
They would email them, and you would get them in November. And a lot of people would go ahead and send them in,
sure,
and get it over with. And I just thought that was egregious. I've always waited to the end of the conference championship, and it used to be like right after the conference championship. That was the deadline. But now they pushed it to I think 5 p.m. on Monday. So I remember my best example, and I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, you're good.
My best example was the year Lamar Jackson won. I had him as my All-American quarterback, but I had Deshaun Watson as my Heisman winner because I just felt like Lamar Jackson had an unbelievable year, but I felt like what Deshaun Watson did was more Heisman-esque.
Right.
So I waited until after the ACC championship, and sure enough, he validated it with the way he played against Virginia Tech. So there you go. Quick primer.
Yeah, and look, we could be here all day talking about guys that probably should have won the Heisman, and I think, and look, he's obviously done some not so great things since he's been in the NFL, but for his college career, Deshaun Watson was certainly one of those guys that was capable of winning a Heisman Trophy, much like Christian McCaffrey, those kind of guys that just never got the opportunity to do that. But I'm glad, like, I know you are somebody that's going to pay attention to everything and cast your vote, but you're right, there are a lot of people that I consider to be the more casuals that will cast that vote very early on and probably are going to go for the more popular name. I imagine there were a lot of votes for Travis Hunter last year from people that probably didn't watch a ton of Colorado football but knew Travis Hunter's name and what he was about, that they felt comfortable casting that vote. And I do wonder this year, because out of this entire group of the 4 finalists, Fernando Mendoza, Jeremiah Love, Julian Sayin, and Diego Pavia is like the most well-known name outside of the college football bubble because he's very brash. You know, he's going on podcasts and all this kind of stuff. Like, I wonder how much that helps him in the voting for those people that are a little bit more fringe when it comes to their knowledge of college football that do get to vote.
Yeah, I mean, the whole narrative about Vanderbilt and he's the face of it and his mom getting airtime, which might have actually turned some people off, his brother getting a PI at the game. But I agree. The ESPN marketing machine really helped with that. I just think it's a fantastic story, and I can't tell you who I voted for or black helicopters will start circling above.
Yeah, I know. You got to keep that close to the vest.
You know what's funny? I take it very seriously, the entire spectrum of criteria. It's not just how many yards you throw for or rush for or touchdowns. It's how did your team do?
Yeah.
What kind of impact did you have on your team? How would the team do without you? How did you inspire your teammates? How did you inspire the sport? And when Baker Mayfield won, I did not have him 1, 2, or 3 on my ballot. I
Really?
voted for Bryce Love that year. Yeah, really,
Okay.
really. And I wrote a column about it, and then I went on the Paul Feinbaum show to discuss it. And you know, I'm like, look, the guy taunted Kansas. He's planting flags. He's grabbing his nether regions at Baylor. I mean, it's just.
Sure.
When you think of the Heisman Trophy, and it is the most iconic award in all of sports, most iconic individual award in all of sports.
Absolutely.
You think of Roger Staubach. You think of Doug Flutie. You think of John Cappelletti.
Mm-hmm.
John Cappelletti dedicating it to his dying brother. That's what you think of when you think of the Heisman. And when I thought of Baker Mayfield, I didn't think about, my mind didn't drift to good things. So I go on Feinbaum and I'm defending my choice.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden my phone starts blowing up, Tyler. Somehow my phone number got out.
Okay.
And for about a week, I was the most hated man in Oklahoma. Those people out there. Wow.
So the image of the person matters a lot to you too, not just what they do on the field, like the way they carry and compose themselves also factors into your vote.
It's literally the number one data point, sportsmanship. How you behave. It's literally when you go to the Heisman website and you look at the criteria for choosing the most outstanding player in college football, that is literally number one.
Did you vote for Johnny Manziel?
Crapped on it.
Did you vote for Johnny Manziel?
I did not.
You did not. Who's your pick that year?
Oh gosh, I can't even remember it. It's been so long ago.
It was him, Manti Te'o, Colin Klein. Yeah, that was they were the three finalists.
I had both of those guys, and I'm trying to think of my third. I did vote for Jameis Winston.
Well, that was the next year though.
But I did vote for him.
Okay,
number one.
Okay, yeah, and well, he so 2013 you didn't have the antics really. Like he was pretty low key in 2013 when they dominated everyone and won the national championship. It was the next year that more of the off the field stuff started to factor in.
Well, and my thought was he was innocent until proven guilty.
Okay,
I wasn't going to throw somebody under the bus.
Yeah, that's fair. And again, you're referencing the sexual assault case against him, and I think it was after. Yeah, that's right, because that did happen in 2013. That's right, because I do remember people saying, "Oh, this is somebody trying to wreck his Heisman campaign or whatever." It was the crab legs, the table, all that kind of stuff came in the next year in 2014. That's right. You have that right.
Now, the one that I really thought got away, and they changed the voting timeline shortly afterward, was Max Duggan at K-State.
Okay.
I voted for him. I had him number one. I thought he was absolutely fantastic. And you watch how that team does not go as far. It wasn't K-State. It was TCU.
It was TCU. They played for the national championship. We'll talk about this more as the week goes along, certainly. We'll get back into the latest on Kendall Briles coming up next as we get into this hour number 3 of the halftime show here on The Game. All right, welcome back in. Hour number 3. It is the halftime show. Tyler Head, Scott Hamilton hanging out, filling in for Bill Gunner today. Captain Dave on the other side of the glass. Going to refresh Gamecock Central real quick here to make sure nothing new has come out. No, not quite. We're still in that weird in-between time where, like, last night at about 9:30, Pete Thamel, Pete Nakos, all the national people that cover college football started talking about, hey, South Carolina is working on finalizing the deal with Kendall Briles, which tells you it's going to happen, right? Like when those guys put those things out there, they know that it's in the works and going to happen. We just got to get all the fine details worked out. It does, according to Chris Clark from Gamecock Central earlier on. Sounds like they want to get all the assistant hires kind of wrapped up together before they, have the trustees meeting and all that kind of stuff to finalize the contracts and then go through with the introductions and all those kind of things. So we can't officially say Kendall Briles is the offensive coordinator here yet. We're just quite literally waiting to put pen to paper, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty. Yeah, I think that's pretty prudent, and I don't know about this hire. I know
about the hire.
I know it has the splash factor.
Okay,
but at this point, look at how Garrett Riley's worked out at Clemson.
And so Garrett Riley was obviously CCU's play caller prior to being at Clemson. Was that the only place he called plays at before then?
No, I think wasn't he at Oklahoma with his brother?
Was he at Oklahoma? Okay.
Or he has experience.
He does.
And I will say this: I'm a Kendall Briles guy. I am.
Okay.
I mean, and say what you want about his father. We'll litigate all that mess another time. But those guys are innovative. Those guys change college football, and I like it because the sturdy offense. People, when they think about explosive offenses and this and that, they automatically assume, it's like a run and shoot,
sure,
or something like that. No, it is RPO based, but it's more of a veer running game, and there's a real power running game component to that offense. And if you have something like that, I think that always gives you an opportunity to win football games. Now, the challenge for South Carolina is going to be, can you get and or develop the linemen who fit with that offense?
And we'll get into the next segment. Again, some of the clips I pulled of Kendall Briles explaining his offensive philosophy a little bit at a coaching clinic from a couple years back, where he goes in more detail about those specific things. I will say, though, the one box that I think everybody wanted to check with this hire was college specific, right? Because Coach Beamer had gone pro style, where everybody from Marcus Satterfield to Dow Loggins to Mike Shula all had NFL experience, which, okay, that's fine, but none of those guys are running college specific type of offenses. And again, Dow Loggins in 2024 had the most success, especially in the back half of the season. But, it wasn't, nobody was putting him up for the Broyles Award for Assistant of the Year or anything along those lines. And we obviously saw this year how much the offense took a step back. So everybody in what's going to be a critical year for Coach Beamer says, let's do something college-specific and college-centric, and the veer and shoot offense is as college-specific offense as college-specific offenses go.
I agree. And you have to do that. And look, I know it's been discussed ad nauseum on this station and every other media outlet for months in Columbia, South Carolina, throughout the SEC. This has to be nailed.
It does.
This is it. This is it. This will be the fourth offensive coordinator.
Yep.
How let's ask ourselves this question, Tyler, and I'm sure it's been thrown out there. How does a Kendall Briles offense gel with Lenore Sellers?
If Lenore Sellers is running it, is Lenore Sellers going to be the quarterback?
Does this help bring him back? Does he like what he sees? Did they consult him on this hire?
I think you have to get his thoughts. I don't think he's the end-all, be-all here. Now, that kind of goes back into the offseason where, Coach Beamer talked about the decision to hire Shula. Maybe he had a lot of influence on that based on some of the things that he said, where they asked him, like, hey, what do you think? And he was good with it. I don't know how much influence he had on this. Maybe Beamer will talk about that later on at some point. I think if you know for sure he's coming back, then, yeah, okay, get his thoughts on it. But if you don't know, then I don't know if you want to make a hire for a quarterback that you don't know is going to be here or not. I'd love to see him in this system because I do think with how RPO based it is, that's something he can be very successful with. Ideally, you'd like him to make that decision soon because the portal opens up in less than a month now. So if he's not going to be here, you probably need to go out and get somebody in the portal. So I don't know if this speeds that process along or not.
Well, and not just the system, but I'm wondering how. And I would presume that Kendall Briles would be the quarterback coach. I would presume.
I guess. Was he the? Let's see if he was the QB coach this year or not.
Well, one of the things that I saw Lenore Sellers regress this year was just his decision making when it came. Do you keep it or do you pitch it? Do you keep it or do you give it up? When they would go RPO, when they would go option.
Yep.
He was hesitant because Mike Shula had scrambled his brains to the point where he was thinking too much. I mean, he was never sure of himself until really after they fired Shula.
Right.
And then we got to see a freer Lenore Sellers. Can they get him back to that point where the mental roadblocks aren't what's keeping him from realizing that incredible potential?
Yeah, I agree. And again, how much, I think this is the bigger question too, is how much of what Shula did can be undone, right? Like, because again, we felt good about where Sellers was at the end of last year, and that's what created so much hype and optimism going into this year, and he regressed in a lot of ways. So can you unlearn those things that Shula was having you doing, or is that something where he's kind of damaged, I don't say beyond repair, but it's a longer-term thing in terms of fixing him?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it happen a lot, especially like in the NFL. You know, it's almost, and it's not apples to apples, but I think you'll get my point. It's almost like that rookie quarterback who's thrown into action, and then he's just traumatized the rest of his career.
Sure.
He's done.
Yeah.
It's just too much too soon. He's done. I don't know if it's to that degree with Lenore Sellers.
Yeah.
But there's some stuff there that's got to be fixed.
Yeah, and again, it's his decision. I lean towards him going right now because he still has the potential to be a first-round pick and back half of the first round to go to a place where he doesn't have to be a day one starter, which I think would benefit him a lot, to be able to sit, develop, and learn within whatever system ends up picking him up. Though, hey, if he wants to come back, I'd welcome it because then you have more of a known thing at quarterback as opposed to, all right, now we're going to go to Cutter Woods or Landon Duckworth or Aaron Noland or somebody from the portal coming in. I think everybody would feel more comfortable if you knew that Sellers was coming back or not. But again, there's no timetable on that right now.
I mean, nothing. We've heard nothing. I mean, the portal opens in January.
Yeah, the 2nd.
I would presume the deadline is around that time to declare for the NFL draft.
I want to say it's the 15th, so it's actually past the portal window, which again does not help you if he gets to the end of that and then makes his decision. And then you're like, oh no, well, we need to go get a portal quarterback if he's gone. You ideally would like him to give you an indication beforehand so you can plan accordingly if he's not coming back.
I agree.
So we'll see. But and again, we'll get into the minute details of the veer and shoot offense coming up here again in a minute. But this is a hire that excites people, right? And that's not going to tell you it's going to be successful. But for a team that went 4-8, that drastically underperformed expectations, there's not a lot of things to be optimistic about in this offseason. Making this hire is one of them, though. Making this hire gives people hope that next year is going to be better. And a year where, or offseason, where you're going to have to charge people more for season tickets because of the renovations of the stadium and all that kind of stuff. Not saying this justifies it, but people may be a little less angry about having to pay for that, knowing that you've radically done something different offensively compared to what your past hires have been.
Yeah, and it also shows the seriousness of the situation and that Shane Beamer is self-aware.
Yes.
That he realizes this is important, that he realizes he can't dilly-dally around, that he can't go out of the box. You know, like Bill Belichick, I'm going to draft a left guard from northern Idaho or wherever just to show people I'm smarter than everybody because I can identify a diamond in the rough. No.
Yeah.
You go out and you get an established product because it's like anything else. You got to win the press conference.
Yes.
Got to win the press conference on this because for the first time in his tenure, he's going to be on the hot seat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And we know if this year repeats, he's gone. He's out.
Yeah.
Let's make no mistake about it. He's out. He has to nail this, and he has to nail it from day one.
Yeah. I will say my like first week here was back in 2022 when they introduced Dow Loggins as the offensive coordinator. And, of course, you had the press conference that went viral for the pushback and all that kind of stuff. I don't think this one's going to go that way. I think this one will be a little more universally received.
Yeah, because Dow Loggins, and raise my hand. And now the people who aren't watching the video component of this, raise my right hand.
Yes.
I tore that hiring all to pieces. And look, he was voted or named the worst offensive coordinator in the NFL like multiple years.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yep.
Multiple years. And look at the wonderful job he did. Now, how much of that was the North Sellers and having Spencer Rattler? I don't know, but it worked. And it worked enough to get him a pretty good G5 job.
Well, were you one of the people he yelled at in the presser? Did he name you specifically?
Yeah, he said, "You son of a..." No, he did not yell at me in the presser.
Who was the main person that he was upset about? Do you remember?
Oh, God. Let me look that up. I'll look it up during the break.
Was it Lou? Was it Lou Bajak?
I can see that.
Yeah, don't quote me on that, but I think it might, because, and you're not, again, a lot of y'all wrote like, hey, here's this guy coming from the NFL, worst play caller as voted on by Sporting News or whatever outlet it was. It was the players. Okay, players.
Yes.
All right, that is a little different.
That hits different, doesn't it?
Yeah, but to get back to the main point, the Kendall Briles hire, based on what he's done in college, I think it's going to be a lot more well received. I will say there's a lot of TCU fans that seem to be glad that he's gone. There's a lot of reasons for that. Some of it does stem from the fact that he came from Baylor, which, again, rivalry there. Obviously, he was at Baylor when the whole Baylor thing happened. Now, again, the investigation did not find him to have done anything wrong in the way that his father did, which has obviously got him blackballed from FBS coaching, but he still was on the staff, so that obviously is going to be something that people will bring up. And kind of scrolling through the TCU fan base, I did see that come up a lot. It was just like, well, we just don't like the Briles in general, which I can understand. And there were some quirks about his offense that people didn't like, but I think you could also loop that back into Sonny Dykes too, because Sonny Dykes, I imagine, had a pretty significant say on how that offense was run. So maybe it's not all of what Briles was doing there, more than maybe Sonny Dykes too.
Well, and obviously Jeremiah Donati was comfortable enough to hire him twice, or let him be hired twice.
Again, the easy connection there between those two.
They're a very easy connection. And this isn't like a Tennessee and Greg Schiano deal.
No.
You know, Greg Schiano linked to the whole deal at Penn State. I mean, this is different. But I don't know, man. I mean, at this point, if the guy was exonerated and he was allowed to coach, and Jeremiah Donati felt good about it. I mean, if Jeremiah Donati did not feel good about it, A, he wouldn't have been hired at TCU. B, he darn sure wouldn't be hired at South Carolina. So that tells me that he felt good for his being hired at TCU, but he also felt good by what he saw of him at TCU, because
right.
I have to think that Shane has bounced this off Donati's head before he even went down that path.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure. And again, that's an easy connection to make, and I'm sure that helped spur the conversation along a whole lot quicker too, with all that. Again, we'll get into what Kendall Briles had to say explaining his offensive philosophy once again coming up next as we continue on with the halftime show. Tyler Ed, Scott Hamilton, Captain Dave on your Tuesday on the Game. All right, welcome back in. Halftime show. Tyler Head, Scott Hamilton, Captain Dave hanging out with you on your Tuesday on the game. Again, we're anticipating the official statement of Kendall Briles hiring sometime within the next day or so. Board of Trustees meeting to approve the contracts and all that. Sounds like they might be trying to get the deals done with the running back and offensive line coach, too, to kind of do it all together. And we'll certainly stay on top of that when all those details do indeed come out, contracts and all those kind of things. But looking at Kendall Briles and bringing in the veer and shoot offense. Let's learn a little bit more about it and some of the elements of it. I came across this video of him at a coaching clinic a couple of years ago where he kind of went into more detail about specific things that his offense is built around. And one of those main things, be cut number one here, Dave, starts with tempo and moving quickly up and down the field. And here's Kendall Briles talking a little bit about said tempo.
Tempo. So when we start, obviously I've been to several different places. I went to 5 schools in 5 years, so you're installing quite a bit. We always start with tempo. So whenever we start talking to the offense, we're going to be a team that's going to tempo. That's the number one thing that we're going to talk to our team about. We'll get into the details of that a little bit later.
So, again, you're going to be moving up and down the field a lot quicker, not as much time between plays. TCU in his 3 years there averaged in the top 30 among seconds between snaps in all teams in FBS, which is a higher mark than what South Carolina had done. And look, we saw them mix tempo in a little bit this past year with Shula. We saw it with Dow Loggins as well, but it's going to be done at a much higher clip with this offense that Kendall Briles is going to bring in. But you brought up a good point a moment ago. Do you have the athletes for it, specifically on the offensive line? Because it takes a different type of offensive lineman to run tempo. And I played a clip earlier where he was talking about more of the mechanics of tempo and having a center that can get up on the ball quickly. All right, you start the play at your own 30-yard line. It ends up on the opponent 40. Do you have a center that can get up on the ball, ready to go at the opponent's 40 in the blink of an eye so you can get that next play off? Like, that's going to be questions you're going to have to ask when he's assessing this roster when he gets in here.
Well, and it's not just that, but you have to have a center who's going to get up there, get on the ball, and assess what they are doing on the defensive side quickly. Oh, they got a 4-man front, they got a 3-man front. They're sliding to the strength. I mean, the center makes a lot more calls than people realize.
Yes.
Oh, they've slidden over to the weak side. Oh, they're going to twist. I mean, all kinds of stuff going on there at a rapid pace. You got to have the athletes who can do that, and also, are you going to have the offensive line coach who could coach these guys up on how to do that, how to not only get there, Tyler, recognize what they need to do and execute, but little things like conserve your energy, because those guys are big and you're wanting them to move. Okay, what can you do to make yourself more efficient, not only getting to the ball, but technique-wise?
Yeah, and I think people look at these fast-paced offenses and think, well, they just go down the field and score in 3 plays. You can still go on long, sustained drives, 10, 12 plays, stuff like that. So you're right. It's one thing to have a quick drive where you're only having to snap the ball 3 times, but what happens when you're a center or offensive lineman over the course of a 12-play drive, keeping that energy up, preserving your energy and all that kind of stuff to make sure you're as good and fresh on play number 1 as you are on play number 12 and you're at the 5-yard line trying to score.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I mean, and this is all part of a bigger picture that Shane is having to consider right now. I'm not saying they need wholesale changes, but they got to just break it down and rebuild it and figure out where things went wrong this year.
Yeah,
and find out the root cause and go from there.
Another thing that's
a different athlete. You recruit a different type of athlete.
You do, and I'd be interested to see. I think they're done with the exit meetings, but like being able to look and say, are there guys on this roster? It's like, hey, I don't think you fit what we're trying to do. And we're not pushing you into the portal, but it might be of your best interest to go try and play somewhere else because what your athleticism gives us isn't going to fit in this system. And look, that's something if I'm on this team and I am not going to work in your system, I want to know that, right? I want to be told, hey, you should probably go somewhere else because we're looking for a different type of guy at your position. That's only fair to both sides, right?
Or you have the conversation where, you know what, Johnny, you're pretty good defensive end, but we think you could be a really good right tackle.
Yeah.
If we put on a little weight.
Sure.
I mean, those conversations are going to be held as well. I mean, guys are going to have to reevaluate where they are, what they are, who they are.
one of the most important aspects of the way this thing is lined up is obviously the spacing on the field. So be cut number 5 here, Dave. Here is Kendall Briles talking about spacing and the pass game in his offense.
Spacing, using the entire field. All right, gives you defined pictures, makes it easier for quarterbacks. Every place I've been, I ask them about it. When you have the wide splits, it just defines the field for them. Stress conflicts players, so they can't play both. Those guys have to serve 2 masters. Okay, they got to carry 3 vertical, and they got the B gap. So what are you going to do? So we're going to read all those guys. You guys are doing the same thing. And then create the one-on-one matchups. From a pass game standpoint, we're going to have our 4-level, 3-level quick game, drop back, play action.
So the most interesting thing about this offense is the way that it looks pre-snap. And the reason why this doesn't work in the NFL is because the hash marks are about half the width in the NFL. I think it's 18.5 yards in the NFL compared to 40, 18.5 feet in the NFL compared to 40 feet in college. So you have a lot more opportunity to utilize that space in college. So if you have, the ball on the far hash, well, you can send a guy out to the boundary lined up outside the numbers, and he's 3 miles away from one of those balls being snapped. But what it does is it creates more honesty on the defense where they have to put guys in the box or take guys out. I've been using the example all day long of a situation like in a pro-style offense where your slot receiver is going to be lined up not far off of where the tackle or the tight end is at the end of the line. Well, in this offense, you can send those guys all the way out to the boundary. So the guy, that nickel corner that's going to be covering him, is either going to be committed to covering the pass or committed to covering the run. They have to declare one way or the other in terms of being in the box or not being in the box. Same thing with linebackers, how many you have on the field and stuff like that. So it keeps the defense a lot more honest. And nothing's easy in college football, but it makes it easier to read what they're trying to do defensively.
I agree. And how does all that then, once more, translate to Lenore Sellers?
Yeah.
And his skill set and his ability to even want to learn all that, which would only behoove him. I mean, the more you're able to do those things you're discussing, the better his stock's going to rise with regards to the NFL.
Yeah, and look, RPOs are a big part of this offense as well. He calls them mixed plays specifically, but it's the same thing where you have the run pass option based on the way the quarterback reads, ends crashing in, that kind of stuff. And we've seen Sellers do really well at that. And that's something the RPOs were mixed into Shula's offense, but not quite to the, I think, level that we wanted it at times. And, Kendall Briles in this coaching clinic basically said they ran it 80% of the time at TCU. Now, I don't know if that's going to be the same case here at South Carolina, but it definitely sounds like it's going to be something that's going to be run a whole lot more than it was this past year.
Well, here's an interesting question. Let's think about this for a moment. I think back to Dave Clawson at Wake Forest.
Yep.
And how the offense that he had at the beginning of his tenure was a far cry from that mesh-heavy offense they had at the end of his tenure, okay?
Yep.
And what he did at the beginning was he fit the offense to match the personnel. And then as he built his roster and time went on, he was able to run the offense he wanted. Given that Shane's been there a few years, given that Lenore Sellers might or might not be the quarterback, is this the offense that he wants, or is it the offense he feels is best for his current roster? Is he trying to hire for now, or is he trying to hire for down the road? Because that's a tenuous situation.
I don't think you can confidently hire for down the road if you don't know what's past this year, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So is this hire the best in the long term for the long term of the program? I mean, I would think so, but you also have to say, okay, then we're going to change our recruiting philosophy. We've talked about that ad nauseum.
Yep.
I mean, this hire is going to take you down one or two paths.
Right.
Okay, it's either going to be short term or it's for the long term. Which one are you really wanting to nail? You have to nail the short term.
You do.
You can't mortgage the long term.
I say, if without the short term, you can't guarantee the long term. That's what makes it so tricky. But again, give Beamer credit because it is a radically different hire than what he's made in his previous 4 years, which shows you he understands the urgency of the situation that's at hand. You're going to have to do something way different than what you've been doing to have success. And again, we have to wait 9 months to see this thing on the actual field. And really, with Kent State and Towson as your first games, it's really going to be until the first couple of SEC games to really see how successful this is going to be. So you're talking mid to late September before you get a real idea of what the Briles offense can be at South Carolina.
Well, presumably. I mean, we knew that South Carolina's offense was bad against South Carolina State last year.
That is true. That is true. So we'll see.
I think we'll get a pretty good idea, and we'll know before then probably if we hear that Lenore Sellers, he's gone.
Oh, yeah. Well, hopefully that news is coming here soon. And, again, waiting on the finalized details of not only Kendall Briles, but the other offensive assistants being hired by South Carolina. We'll hear what Pete Wavakwa had to say to Dan Patrick in reference to all this Notre Dame stuff coming up next. And, well, Scott knows Pete, so maybe he can shine even more light on this. It is the halftime show. Tyler Head, Scott Hamilton, David Ayer on your Tuesday on the game. All right, here for our friends over at Pro Swing Columbia. 2 locations, one out at Forest Acres and one out in Chapin. It is cold outside. You don't want to be out there on the golf course in the nasty, wet, cold, and rain. We can go over to Pro Swing and enjoy golf inside in a climate-controlled environment on the Golf Zone simulators that allow you to play at courses quite literally all over the world. And while you're there, you can improve on your golf game as well. They have 3 free 30-minute swing evaluations to try and make you a better golfer through the OnForm coaching app, which can give before and after video of your swing as well as some drills to work on particular aspects of your game. You can also get discounted rates to practice and play at Pro Swing if you're actively taking lessons as well. With the holidays just around the corner, you can get gift cards as well as lessons too over at Pro Swing Columbia. Book online at ProSwingColumbia.com or give them a call at 803-592-3916 for more information. Pro Swing Columbia in Forest Acres and in Chapin. All right, welcome back in. Halftime show. Tyler Head, Scott Hamilton, Captain Dave with you on your Tuesday here on the game. We'll get into what Pete Vavakwa had to say to Dan Patrick yesterday in just a moment, as well as some things that he's saying today, too. Real quick reminder, coming up from 4 until 6 out at the new Guthrie's location at 339 Generations Way over there near Valvoline and Firehouse Subs. You can join Elijah and Preston from the early game for a chicken finger eater contest. They will be eating chicken tenders against each other, so you can eat the most. I set the line at 15.5. I think they're both capable of going over that. Xavier Leggett, obviously former Gamecock and current Carolina Panther, also going to be hanging out today from 4 until 6. So, again, go hang out with those guys. It's off Hard Scrabble there at Generations Way. As I mentioned, we've been talking about the fallout of Selection Sunday, where Notre Dame got leaped by Miami, a team who beat them on the field, but the committee had ranked them ahead of for an entire month prior to Sunday. And again, neither of those teams played on Saturday, so there was no extra data points. But in the end, I think they made the right decision. But the way they went about it was obviously controversial. And Notre Dame decides not to go to a bowl game and all this kind of stuff. And Pete Vavakwa, their athletic director, now kind of going scorched earth. And we'll start here with his appearance on the Dan Patrick Show yesterday. This will be cut number 10 here, Dave. Here's Pete Vavakwa talking about the fractured relationship between Notre Dame and the ACC in the fallout of what happened on Sunday.
But we were mystified by the actions of the conference to attack, their biggest really business partner in football and a member of their conference in 24 of our other sports. And I would tell you, Dan, I wouldn't be honest with you if I didn't say that they have certainly done permanent damage to the relationship between the conference and Notre Dame.
What do you mean?
Just we didn't appreciate the fact that we were singled out repeatedly and compared to Miami. Not by Miami. Miami has every right to do that. But it raised a lot of eyebrows here that the conference was taking shots at us. And, that's just not something we chose to do. We wouldn't choose to do that in the future, and people might disagree with us, but that's just not something that we'd be comfortable with. And again, we have no problem with any of these teams. These are all great teams. You look at those teams, Miami, like I said, great season. They beat us. You think about Alabama, nobody's had more success in college football over the last decade than Alabama. But Dan, you follow this sport so closely. Everybody was saying that we were one of a handful of teams that could win this whole thing. Yeah. And now we have 0% chance. Even Nick Saban, nobody knows more about college football maybe in the history of the world than Nick Saban. And he said it yesterday, like, how is Notre Dame not in this? Everybody is just kind of confused and perplexed, and we don't have good answers for the kids on our team, for our student athletes.
Scott, you have some further details and other things that he's had to say about the ACC today?
Well, yeah. He's saying that it's a smear campaign by the ACC and all of this. And at the end of the day, this is a guy who he's oblivious to the fact that they have enjoyed a one-sided relationship with this conference, and the part that they're not in on is the part that is turned around to bite them. They're getting what they deserve, Tyler, because you can't have 1 foot in, 1 foot out. This is a reality check for Notre Dame. That's what this is.
Well, again, they're participants in, 24 sports, I believe, in the ACC. So basketball and baseball and soccer and volleyball and all these other sports, then they're full participants in the ACC. But football, they choose to remain independent. And, they have their big money deal with NBC and all that other kind of stuff. So not that the ACC foresaw this happening, but it quite literally came down to a full football member of their conference and Notre Dame, who in this instance, they have the partnership. So their Notre Dame football is kind of like the cousin of ACC football. It's like they're at all the family reunions, but it's not somebody that you see every single day type of thing, because they have the 5-game agreement with them where they play 5 different ACC teams. We'll do the same thing coming up next year. So, and I know what the ACC ran the Notre Dame Miami game 13 times on the ACC network leading up to Sunday to try and influence people to make the change or whatever. But Miami's a full member. They are a football member of the ACC, and Notre Dame's not. So when it came down to having to push one or the other, well, who'd you think the ACC was going to push?
No, it's almost like Cousin Eddie, who's cousin only through your wife, like an in-law cousin.
Yeah. It's we're not blood, but we're related.
And it's just, again, Jim Phillips, I said it earlier when I joined you, Jim Phillips is the winner in this. Not only because he got a team in, but because he stood up for his conference. Now, and if I'm Clemson, if I'm Florida State, North Carolina, all those schools that have been at loggerheads with the ACC recently and all the lawsuits and this, that, and the other.
Sure.
I'm feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah.
About our commissioner. Now, I'm still not feeling good about the conference. They've got to make wholesale changes, go back to divisions, or figure out a better tiebreaker, something to keep this from happening, because it is their own fault.
Yeah. But
the fact that he stood up and defended one of his programs, if I'm Jim Phillips, I'm feeling pretty good right now. What's next?
Yeah. Well, and look, Notre Dame gets plenty of benefit for the situation that they're being in as an independent. For those that are clamoring for Notre Dame to join a conference, it's not going to happen. It's not happened up to this point. It's never going to happen. They are such a huge brand on their own. There's a reason they have their own individual television deal with NBC. Don't hold your breath saying, okay, well, now they're finally going to join the ACC. It's not happening. But they do need to be careful, because that deal they have with the ACC to play 5 conference games a year, they just signed the deal to play Clemson every year through, 2030 or 2031 or whatever. That's really important from a scheduling standpoint, because as we go down the road with this expanded playoffs, especially with teams like Texas feeling like they got shafted because they played Ohio State, teams are going to be less eager to want to schedule a Notre Dame out of conference. So their schedule is drastically affected by having that ACC contract where you have 5 built-in games and then supplementing the other ones with rivalries and stuff like that, because I don't know how many teams are going to want to jump and play Notre Dame to years to come if the committee continues to act the way that they are.
Do you watch Seinfeld?
I do.
Do you remember the Wait Out?
Yes.
The one where the couple and they were getting divorced, and Jerry Seinfeld, that's the Big Ten right now.
Mm-hmm.
They're keeping an eye on this, and they're like, oh man, Notre Dame's not happy. Notre Dame, I bet we could make them a pretty good offer right now. Because let me ask you this, Tyler.
Okay.
If you're the Big Ten, do you take a deal like the one the ACC has with Notre Dame if it were to be offered to you?
I think I bring him in as an all or nothing. I don't know if you have this like quasi partly a member of the conference or partly not. I think they're either coming in all or nothing.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, and obviously they're part of the grant of rights, and that's through 2036. But you got that buyout,
yes,
in 2031ish, something like that. I'm with you. I think the Big Ten has enough juice for all or nothing, but it's intriguing. It's intriguing.
It is,
and I think it would come down to their overlords at Fox signing off on it.
Yeah.
Because of the NBC component, which I think also played a role in them deciding not to be in a bowl game.
It is. And look, it's unfortunate that all of college football goes back to money these days. It's like, well, why did Notre Dame opt out? Well, because they were excluded from ESPN's playoffs. So they're not going to allow ESPN to benefit from their brand in the Pop-Tarts Bowl. And that's kind of the crux of the matter of all this. But unfortunately, it's just where we're at, where all these things come down to money and contracts and all those kind of things. And again, I'm not holding my breath thinking that Notre Dame's going to join a conference, because they haven't up to this point, and I don't think it's lucrative enough for them to want to do that going forward. But again, they got to be careful of who they make angry, because scheduling could become a lot more complicated.
Yeah, especially if you've expanded. Now, the ACC also went to 9 games.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
They did. They will starting next year.
So they're going, and they have the stipulation. Correct me if I'm wrong. Do they have the same stipulation as the SEC?
Yes, I believe the Big Ten's the only power conference that doesn't have the caveat of you have to play a power opponent outside of your conference schedule. I believe the Big 12's joining that same rank as well.
Which is alleviated by having those rivalries like South Carolina, Clemson,
yes,
Kentucky, Louisville, Florida State, Georgia Tech.
Yes.
I don't know that the ACC needs Notre Dame then. I mean, honestly, I don't know that they need them now. I get that the audience they draw in when they play ACC schools, but it's getting to the point now where I could see them cutting bait.
Yeah.
Be forming some kind of relationship, with the Big 12 scheduling wise. Were they going to do that anyhow?
Yeah. I don't know. It's going to, again, college football is a reactionary sport. I've been saying that all week long so far. things change drastically when something like this hits the fan. So the fallout of Notre Dame getting left out of the playoff and all the missing the ball or skipping the ball and all that is going to lead to a lot of changes, not only next year but going forward. And we just got to sit back and see what happens. So we'll see what unfolds there. We'll come back, wrap up the show. It is the halftime show here on the game. All right, welcome back in. It is the halftime show. Tyler Head, Captain Dave, Scott Hamilton wrapping up the show here. Scott, I appreciate you being ready at minutes notice from earlier on today. I believe Bill will be back in here tomorrow, but always good to have. Again, we're only as good as our depth, so good to have a quality backup ready to go.
Out of the bullpen.
There you go. How's your arm feel?
It feels good. Pitch count was a little high.
Okay,
it was a little high. That not having to go that first hour helped.
Yeah, we'll put it on ice. I think we're going to be calling you back in for Thursday and Friday.
Who am I though? Let's say this: if I'm the reliever, I'm coming out of the pen.
Okay.
I'm not John Rocker. You cannot say I'm John Rocker.
All right, it's fine.
Who am I though? I'm not Rivera. Trevor Hoffman, maybe. Rob Dibble.
It's a good question. I was and this is more modern age. I was always a fan of Craig Kimbrell with the Braves.
Wow.
Release the Kimbrell, release the Hamilton.
Wow, you went okay.
You not a fan?
I'd rather be a Randy Myers.
Okay, that's fine. To each, everybody has that relief pitcher that they gravitate towards. That's fine.
I don't really have that guy. I'm sorry, Lee Smith, but he never spoke. He was just scary as all get out.
Well, I say you're the opposite when it comes to speaking. You speak plenty.
I mean, again, I'm not John Rocker.
Yeah, I wasn't going to go down that path. There's a lot when if you say somebody is John Rocker, there is the implication of the baseball side of things and the off the field side of things. So try to avoid that at all cost, I guess.
You're younger than me though. Do you remember Dan Plesac at all?
I do not. What era would that have been?
The 80s, 90s. That dude was strong.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
Trevor Hoffman. We'll go with Trevor Hoffman. Rivera had his own song.
Yeah.
If you'd give me a theme song.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, if you walk out of the bullpen to enter Sandman, you've already won the game, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, that's. I think Trevor Hoffman had Back in Black, or was it Hell's Bells?
Okay,
one of those ACDs.
Yeah, you have to set the tone because a relief pitcher is supposed to strike fear, or a closer specifically is supposed to strike fear in the opponent because he's walking out there, comes on the mound, and he's going to give you ideally like 10 pitches and get you out of the game.
I'm looking now. By the way, I'm distracted, and I apologize. Pete Bavacqua is saying that Notre Dame went on one of the most dominant 10-game runs in the history of college football.
Yeah, I saw.
Here's who they beat, Tyler.
Yeah, go ahead.
Purdue, 2-10. Arkansas, 2-10. Boise State, 9-4. NC State, 7-5. Southern Cal, 9-3. Boston College, 2-10. Navy, G5, 9-2. Pitt, 8-4. Syracuse, 3-9. Stanford, 4-8. Wow.
I mean, really, the only quality wins there are Pitt and Southern Cal.
I'm trying to do the math in my head. I don't think that's like the opponents have a combined 500 record.
No, I don't think so. And look, if Notre Dame played any other school besides Miami and lost to them, assuming that they're Power 4 and still went 10-2, they're probably in. But the fact that their direct comparison was a team that beat them is what ultimately kept them out. Like, I don't – and again, I understand the frustration because you were told for a solid month that even though they beat you, the committee said that you were better than Miami. And then at the last second, with no other games being played, they jumped you. So, again, that should have never happened. It was stupid. I think it's going to lead to a lot of changes in the committee in this whole process. But while I don't agree with going out there and canceling your bowl bid – I can understand the frustration from Notre Dame's standpoint. Now, Bavacqua needs to be careful because he's going scorched earth here and could fracture some relationships going forward. But it's we're going to look back on this moment in college football for a long time to come, I feel like.
I just did the math. 55 and 65. 55 and 65, those 10 opponents.
Yeah.
3 of them 2-10, Tyler.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd call that the greatest in college football history.
That is in history.
And what Southern Cal's in when it ended up ranked because Pitt fell out with their loss to Miami. So only one of those teams ended up actually in the top 25 at the end of the season, right?
Look, I get it. To your point, they are emotional. To your point, they are insulted. And they also have to defend their own brand.
Sure.
If he didn't put up a fight, then he would look like he was weak.
Of course.
Do your homework, bro. 55 and 65. Don't go out spouting that nonsense. Don't find another narrative, find another angle, but don't come at me with that one. That makes you look just stupid.
Yeah, there maybe could have been a better choice of how you went about talking about Notre Dame's 10-game win streak. But again, I think this is going to lead to more sweeping changes. They have the provision to be locked in if they're ranked in the top 12, which people are making too big of a deal out of, because the only way that becomes a problem if there's like 5 conference champions ranked outside the top 16, which I don't think is ever going to happen. Like, yeah, if you're ranked inside the top 12 in a 16-team playoff, you're probably in. So I think too big of a deal is being made out of that.
Man, I just, we knew this would happen. We should have known this would happen when we started letting Notre Dame. Notre Dame, by the way, not a member of a conference,
right,
had as much say as any conference when the college football playoff was created, when the format was changed. Notre Dame always had a voice in the room. Why?
Because they're Notre Dame.
Because they're Notre Dame.
Yeah.
What about the other independents? I think Army was still an independent at that time. Navy, weren't they independent at that time? Why didn't they?
UConn, BYU, yeah, it's different. But we'll continue to unpack this as the week goes along. Post-game show up next on your Tuesday on the Game.
Halftime show. Terry Ford, Jalen Tart here, punching the buttons. We're all wrestling Dave Adair for Bojangles, and we're losing. Dave's scrappy.
Well, we meant
that
to
weight
say the postgame
loss
show instead of the halftime show, right?
A new wardrobe. Dave is absolutely scrappy.
I know, right? How you doing?
Plug in my headphones.
Now you good, man? How you doing, man?
I'm too focused on Bojangles. Jeez.
Listen.
All right, tell you what, I haven't seen Dave move that fast in a long time. Until we saw the Bojangles here in the host studio. Mm-hmm. Dave moved quite quickly. Yes, he did. All right, so we're going to hang here, do the post-game show. Jay will be back with us tomorrow. Today, getting round 2 of chemo. So Jay will be back with us tomorrow, and looking forward to getting him back. I want to thank the folks at the Bojangles Bash for hooking us up with this Bojangles.
Some tournament, man. I mean, I've been seeing the Bash, since Tevin Mack.
Really?
7th Woods was playing in it.
And you're going back, 7th Woods.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. A lot of people may remember the games where he was just lighting it up at Ridgeview, but that was the time to be there, was Tevin Mack and 7th Woods.
Nice. Very nice. So that is the 11th to 13th, I believe it is.
13th.
Yeah. So, yeah, we, again, thank the folks from the Bojangles Bash for stopping in and leaving Bojangles here, even though Dave ate most of it. All right. Obviously, the big story around these parts is Kendall Briles. The deal, last time I looked, is not official yet, but is getting worked on. And we'll be looking for the Board of Trustees meeting that'll be coming up. And the word is Kendall Briles. They like to get the OC, the running backs coach, and the offensive line coach, get everything taken care of before and just get it all done in one swoop. So, again, the talk, besides Briles, Stan Drayton, there's been rumors about Drayton, longtime running backs coach right now at Penn State. Been a running backs coach for years, longer than Jalen's been born. Jalen was not even thought of by his family when Stan Drayton was coaching running backs. That's the experience he's got, dude.
Proud 99, baby.
So we'll see where everything goes. Right now, that's the rumors. It feels like it's just a matter of time before the Briles deal is officially done. And, we talked a little about it yesterday, and we're going to play some more sound today with Briles. He was doing a coach's clinic a couple of years ago, and Tyler pulled the sound. The Big Spur folks had the little video on their website as well. And you could basically hear kind of Kendall Briles give his philosophy of coaching offense and coordinating offense. Like we talked about yesterday, the tempo. If Kendall Briles walks through that door and becomes the offensive coordinator at South Carolina, basically it will be an offense with tempo. You'll see a lot of RPO game. They hunt mismatches. Briles is like, look, whatever works for us as an offense with our personnel is what we're going to do. I said this yesterday, and I think this is the 3 years to really hunker down on for Kendall Briles is when he was at Arkansas. Because his other stops, his head coach was a very offensive-minded HC. Whether it was Lane Kiffin, his dad, Art Briles, Major Applewhite. But at Arkansas, look, Sam Pittman was an offensive line coach, but Pittman wasn't handing out his system of offense. Pittman was like, look, I'm going to go coach the big fat guys, teach them how to block, you run the offense. And Arkansas's offense, the last year before Briles left to go to TCU, Arkansas's offense was 15th in the country, 7th in the nation in rushing yards per game. That was the offense. South Carolina played Arkansas in Fayetteville that year and lost.
Yeah, I remember that game.
And that's that Arkansas, KJ Jefferson at quarterback, Treylon Burks at wide receiver, Rocket Sanders at running back. Arkansas's offense was something.
Mm-hmm.
And so Briles did a really nice job at Arkansas. Then he went to TCU, And you're like, why the hell did he leave Arkansas, Terry? Well, I was reading about that today, and he left to go to TCU. His family's from Texas. He got back into Texas. You're taking over for Garrett Riley, who's going to Clemson. You're going to run a very high-powered offense. I'm sure TCU paid him handsomely.
Yep.
And right now, he's if you again, all you got to do is Google it. Kendall Browse right now is making about a little bit under 1.5 million at TCU. My guess is you're going to see Kendall Browse get a nice hefty raise to come to Columbia, South Carolina.
2?
I'm thinking around the 2 neighborhood.
Okay.
Nothing less than 1.75, 1.8, but I think don't be surprised if it's a 2 starts.
Yeah.
Everything. Because look, you got to pay to get this guy. And so to me, that's the neighborhood ballpark you'll see dollar-wise.
And plus, like you said, he has experience in the SEC already.
Yep.
So
Sure
the
does.
fact that he's coming back into the SEC and now to South Carolina, I mean, this is a really nice opportunity for him.
Here's what I feel like, and again, Kendall and I don't talk, so I'm just going to guess.
Yeah.
We're not boys yet, of course. Once he gets here, no. If he does, here's my thought. Okay, you were at Arkansas, and basically you were running your offense. You're the OC. You're the game planner. You're the play caller. It's your system, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Then you go to TCU, which, again, good gig, but that's Sonny Dykes' offense. That's Sonny Dykes' system. Sonny Dykes is always involved in the offensive game planning in some way, shape, or form. He's, game down the sidelines. You might be the play caller, but Sonny Dykes is, again, it can crack into the headset and say, hey, I want to start doing this. Let's start doing that. You come here, you're going to get that autonomy you have with Sam Pittman.
Mm-hmm.
Because Shane's going to be like, okay, you're the head coach of the offense. Go get him. I'm going to go recruiting. So you're going to get that autonomy you had just like you did at Arkansas. And look, I don't think Sonny Dykes is like Fidel Castro or anything, but it's Sonny Dykes' offense. Right. It's not yours. You come to South Carolina, Kendall Browse is running Kendall Browse offense.
It's like people co-leasing an apartment. That's basically kind of like.
Yes, because after a while, guess what?
Yeah.
They get on your nerves.
Mm-hmm.
Put the toilet seat down. But so, you know what? It is. It's, what I always thought was funny with that kind of stuff? We've all done this. We're sitting there with our buddies, and, we're like, hey, man, we should share an apartment. Mm-hmm. Oh, great idea, dude. Let's do it. So you and your buddy get together, and you start sharing an apartment, and within 6 months, you want to kill each other. Why? Because you're living together.
And there's no chemistry. There's no growth.
Because you know what? You're buddies, but now you're in the house with each other all the time.
Right.
And, one's like, dude, get your underwear off the heater. Quit turning the TV when I'm trying to watch something. Blah, blah, blah. Everything starts to, but you start to just want to kill each other. I always love that with the roommate thing.
To hear how the players react, to hearing this news with Browse, coming. Well, like you said, you have to, finalize all the other positions. But the fact that they get this is a good hire and a good, chance, for Carolina to make that leap, jump the hurdle with this offense. For me personally, I haven't seen any consistency with the offense since Connor Shaw has been here. There hasn't been some type of consistency. Now, with, Spencer Rattler being here, that was a big-time deal. But to get somebody like Browse to kind of help, rejuvenate Lenore Sellers into having a resurrecting year to what he had this past season, I think that's going to help him along for the long run.
Well, if Lenore Sellers does come back, which we don't know what's going to happen there, this offense obviously would be better than the one he just ran. We saw that. So at the end of the day, it would be an offense that would cater more to Lenore Sellers' skill set. And that's a positive. Now, again, we'll see what Lenore Sellers is going to do. I still feel like that he will end up going to the NFL draft. I think that there are going to be teams, multiple teams in the NFL that will draft him in the first round because of his traits, his measurables, and his ceiling. And they're going to look at what happened this year at South Carolina as Lenore Sellers was playing with a bad offensive line and running a bad offensive system. I truly think that there's going to be enough NFL teams who are going to go past this year and draft him anyway. And there are going to be some that don't because of this year. Don't get me wrong. There's going to be some that go, he should go back to school, kind of try to get his momentum back, maybe play in a better, more quarterback-friendly offense. Let's see if he can improve, blah, blah, blah. But there are going to be teams, I can't tell you how many, but there's going to be a handful that are going to just kind of brush away this year for Lenore Sellers and blame it on, again, the offensive system, the offensive line, blah, blah, blah.
And that's a fair point. I think for me, him coming back would tell us, yes, he is loyal to the process of wanting to have a better year and finishing out what you started. Then, two, if he does have a great season going into next season, if he has a great season next season, then his stock will be higher. He could potentially have the Heisman Trophy talk again. Who knows? But then again, if he leaves, Carolina's still stuck with great quarterback talent if he does leave. It's not the end of the world here.
I feel like that if Lenoris does leave, you go in the portal and get a veteran. No offense to Cutter Woods or Aaron Nolan. God love them. If I'm Shane Beamer, because face it, this season's very important to Shane Beamer's employment. I'm not running out unproven quarterbacks in a year that I've got to win, and they have to win. You can't pop another 4-8 and say, well, I was starting a young quarterback. Now, you're going to have to go get a veteran. I mean, look, you can go get a veteran and Cutter Woods can beat him out. Aaron Nolan could beat him out. I don't know, but I think you got to go get a veteran with a resume because, again, next season's too important.
It is.
But again, does Cutter Woods and Aaron Nolan have talent? Sure they do. Absolutely. But I don't know if I'm ready to bank my future employment on two guys who have as many starts as Jalen Tart. South Carolina.
I do not play tackle at all. So
we'll see where it goes moving forward. But yes, Kendall Briles, the offense will be much different than you've seen at South Carolina in the Shane Beamer era if this deal does get done. And the word is it's working toward that, and it should be a done deal. And we're just waiting. Once all the, what's that dumb saying, ducks get in a row, or whatever you want to say.
And Duckworth is coming too, so yeah.
Then you get a board of trustee meeting. I like that. And then it moves from there, and everybody starts to, everything gets signed off on, and then hopefully that's the direction it's going. And also you'll see the running back coach and the offensive line coach as well. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Jalen's punching the buttons, making sure we got it good to go. Today we'll be hearing from Elijah Campbell, Preston Thorne, from between 4 and 6 at Guthrie's. They'll be rolling out a chicken finger eating contest between the two.
And Xavier Leggett will be there as well, right?
Yeah, Xavier Leggett will be there. We're going to try to get him to see if he'll eat some chicken fingers with those guys.
Cool.
Because, you mean again, Preston played at South Carolina.
Yep.
Preston's a bigger person than Elijah. You would think Preston could totally crush this, but Elijah, I'm telling you now,
Elijah can eat.
That dude can eat.
He can eat.
Preston said today, if it was if the eating contest went for like an hour or two, Preston would feel better about it because he can pace himself. He's more of a slow, high volume eater over time, while Elijah will just stuff chicken fingers in his face until he passes out.
He's the Patrick, and you're you're asking the magic conch for all this food, and you're giving it the food, and he's just going to eat all of it in like 0.5 seconds.
Yes. Pretty much. So we have that today with those two. And go say hi. It's at 116. We got a correction on the address. 116 Baker Griffin Drive in Columbia. So that's where the grand opening is for Guthrie's. So we are looking forward to that today. Should be fun. And we'll hear from those guys between 4 and 6 o'clock. We will come back. I'm telling you, we had the Notre Dame stuff with the AD yesterday. The ACC commissioner, Jim Phillips, has put a statement out as well about how Notre Dame felt butthurt that they were being disrespected by the ACC. ACC has a response. We'll get to that coming back next on the postgame show. Terry Ford, Jalen Tart, appreciate you hanging out with us here on the game. I found out something cool about Krager Showrooms in the Vista there on Gadsden, formerly the Nest. I always say they have over 70 years of experience working there, experts in the field of whether it's you want to redo your kitchen, your bathroom, plumbing, appliances, lighting, fixtures, you name it. But I was wrong. It's almost 100 years of experience. They've added some folks. So all you do is make that call to Krager Showrooms. It's very simple. That's where you start. The number, 803-978-2025. You say, here's what I want to do. They will put you in touch with the correct expert. They'll talk about your vision, your goals, your budget, and they'll make it happen for you and look at the greatest showroom in the history of the world. 803-978-2025, Krager Showrooms on Gadsden in the Vista. Give them a ring. Take care of that house. Post-game show. Terry Ford, Jalen Tart. Jay will be back on Wednesday. to hang out with us. All right, so we've talked about the Kendall Briles. Nothing new yet. We're still waiting to get official word. It feels like it's trending in that direction. Kendall Briles will be the new offensive coordinator at South Carolina. It feels like that will happen. All right, one other note, and then we're going to get to this thing with Notre Dame and the ACC. Clayton White, defensive coordinator here at South Carolina, there's been talk that Clayton is on Tennessee's hot board for their defensive coordinator opening. Tim Banks, who's been a Broyles Award nominee multiple times, was let go. There's been some talk that when Tennessee got run over by Vanderbilt, that was it for Banks. What's weird is, the Tennessee defense underachieved this year, but last year the Tennessee defense was phenomenal, and the offense was an issue. So it's weird after one underachieving type season, Banks gets run. But that's the way it works. That's the world we live in. And now Tennessee's looking for a DC. Clayton White has been successful here at South Carolina, so his name is going to come up, whether it's head coaching gigs in the group of 5 or coordinator jobs in the Power 4. I mean, when you're good, when you've done a good job, people might want to hire you. So Clayton, his name is on the hot board at Tennessee for the defensive coordinator job. What's going to happen? Who knows? I mean, Clayton, obviously, he's happy here at South Carolina. He's well paid. He's not an hourly employee. So, again, is Tennessee going to offer what? And what would be that poll? I mean, right now, Tennessee, they're disappointed in Knoxville because they didn't make the college football playoff, and they only were an 8-win team. Is Tennessee in a better spot right now than South Carolina as a program? Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Is Tennessee going to throw a ton of money at Clayton White, more than South Carolina could give him or would want to give him? I don't know.
Possibly.
Could be. But that's just the smoke out there right now is Clayton White is on their hot board as a candidate. We'll see where that goes. So I just want to get that out there before I forgot. And we shall see where that goes. All right, so I am sitting here looking for my wonderful cut list, which I cannot find, because I was depending on it to sit right here. So I want to get to this Notre Dame thing, and we're going to play some of the sound from it as soon as I find the cut list.
Cool.
But Notre Dame basically is pointing the finger at the ACC, saying the ACC took shots at Notre Dame. They were basically, taking a dump on Notre Dame to push Miami. Cut 9, that might be it. We'll get to that in a second. And basically, they were saying that the ACC was taking shots at them to pimp up or prep up Miami to get them in the college football playoff ahead of Notre Dame. Hit it, Jalen.
What we're so confused by and frustrated with is the process. Every step along the way since the first CFP rankings came out, we were led to believe we were in, as long as we took care of business, and we certainly took care of business with this 10-game winning streak. Dan, you think about that first ranking, we in Miami were both 6-2. They had obviously already beat us the first game of the year. They were 18th. We were 10th. The only thing that we did since that point was win every game by over an average of over 30 points. And, all of a sudden we're 11th and on the outside looking in. And, when we sit and talk, when I talk to Marcus, when we talk to our team, we don't have any good answers for that. So we're just really frustrated that we had the rug pulled out from underneath us, Dan.
Okay, so that's Notre Dame AD discussing why the Fighting Irish are upset with this process, and this is where that was from the Dan Patrick Show. Here, once again, Notre Dame AD talking about the damage to the relationship with Notre Dame and the ACC. Cut 10, Jalen.
But we were mystified by the actions of the conference to attack, their biggest really business partner in football and a member of their conference in 24 of our other sports. And I would tell you, Dan, I wouldn't be honest with you if I didn't say that they have certainly done permanent damage to the relationship between the conference and Notre Dame.
What do you mean?
Just we didn't appreciate the fact that we were singled out repeatedly and compared to Miami. Not by Miami. Miami has every right to do that. But it raised a lot of eyebrows here that the conference was taking shots at us. And, that's just not something we chose to do. We wouldn't choose to do that in the future, and people might disagree with us, but that's just not something that we'd be comfortable with. And again, we have no problem with any of these teams. These are all great teams. You look at those teams, Miami, like I said, great season. They beat us. You think about Alabama, nobody's had more success in college football over the last decade than Alabama. But Dan, you follow this sport so closely. Everybody was saying that we were one of a handful of teams that could win this whole thing. Yeah. And now we have 0% chance. Even Nick Saban, nobody knows more about college football, maybe in the history of the world, than Nick Saban. And he said it yesterday, like, how is Notre Dame not in this? Everybody is just kind of confused and perplexed, and we don't have good answers for the kids on our team, for our student athletes.
All right, look, here's the thing. Okay, let's take a step back. Notre Dame's upset because the ACC is pushing Miami to get that spot in the college football playoff ahead of Notre Dame. That's what Notre Dame thinks. If I'm Jim Phillips, I'm like, yes, so? Miami's part of the ACC in football. Hey, Notre Dame, are you? No. Then why would we push you? We want our conference member in football to be in the college football playoff for a bunch of reasons. You choose not to be in our conference for football. So why are we going to push you ahead of one of our members that is a football playing member? Again, it's like, and I've been doing a lot of relationship analogies on this lately for some reason, but it's almost like your spouse leaves you for someone else and wants you to pay the mortgage on her new house.
Yeah, nah.
It's like, look, you don't want to be part of the ACC in football because it benefits you to be independent. Okay, cool. But don't get your panties in a wad when the conference you choose not to be a part of for football props up another football playing member over you because they want their football playing member in the college football playoff. Right. You're not part of them in football.
Right.
Because that's your choice. The ACC would kill to have you. They've said that.
And then now it looks like they burned this bridge with the ACC, and then it's like all of their athletics are in jeopardy now.
But here's the good news for Notre Dame. They're Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Like, they can talk to the Big Ten tomorrow and try to get the same deal. Heck, they've already talked to Greg Sankey at the ACC, just starting a conversation. Notre Dame's Notre Dame, and they bring a ton of value. This would hurt the ACC in the long run by losing all of Notre Dame's sports. Notre Dame plays, 5 games of football against ACC opponents?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, if you're the ACC, you got to stand up for yourself and say, look, you don't want to be part of us. We're trying to promote Miami, who is a part of us. So that's what we're doing. So kick sand, even though you can't really say that because you want to keep your relationship because they make you money.
Yeah.
But still, this thing with Notre Dame, look, I get you, Notre Dame. You should be upset how this thing played out, even though I think Miami deserved to be in the playoff because they won head-to-head over Notre Dame. The way Notre Dame was treated by the committee was crap. I understand being upset. But at the end of the day, you're an independent because that's what you do by choice. Again, can't have cake, eat it too. All right, bottom of the hour, 3:30. Coming up next here on the Postgame Show, we will take a look at the Heisman Trophy finalists. That's next. All righty. Post-game show. Terry Ford, appreciate you hanging out with us. Jay will be back tomorrow. Jalen's here. Heisman Trophy, we have the finalists. Fernando Mendoza at Indiana. Also, Diego Pavia from Vandy, Julian Sayin, Ohio State, and Jeremiah Love, the running back from Notre Dame. A lot of folks think Mendoza will win it because, well, Indiana's undefeated, and they're number one ranked team in the country, and they won the Big Ten championship game.
I don't know.
I'll say this. Look, Mendoza's had a hell of a year. No, look, he has been. But, man, Diego Pavia, no player in America has affected the success of his team the way Diego Pavia has affected the success of Vandy. Dude showed up and changed the entire culture. We forget that Vandy was a doormat. Then Diego Pavia showed up along with Tim Burke, the OC, Jerry Kill, the assistant head coach from New Mexico State. And guess what? After that, Vandy goes 6-6 last year. Clark Lee was coaching for his job last year.
Yeah.
Got to 6-6. Commodores won a bowl game, went to 7-6. This year, they're 10-2. And Diego Pavia has been filthy. He's had a great year.
Now, out of those finalists, he's second in passing yards, in total passing yards, with 3,192 passing yards. That is insane.
He's just had a sick season. Throwing it, running it. If you watch the second half of the Tennessee game, Pavia just took over the game in the second half.
Yeah.
And I just, if we're going by, look, the best player in college football is what the award is called. That's kind of a weird thing. The best player in college football could be a guy we've never seen.
What if Vanderbilt made the playoff?
No, to me, that's the no-brainer for Pavia. Look, I don't think here's what I look at this. If you're saying the best player in college football, you're not saying the best player on the best team or the best player with the best one-loss record for a team. You're saying the best player in college football. You're not bringing in one-loss record, but now it is an award that typically goes to a player on a successful team.
Yeah.
And if you're going to hold it against Diego Pavia that Vandy is only 10-2 while Indiana's undefeated, so you give the award to Mendoza when that Indiana defense is disgustingly good.
Yeah.
Look, no offense to Fernando Mendoza. Indiana won the Big Ten title because their defense shut down Ohio State.
Yeah.
So that's my point about this. It isn't about one-loss record. It's about how much do you affect the game as a player for your team? And nobody affects the game like Pavia does for Vanderbilt. No, he changed the culture. He has been unreal on the field this year. The stats are just disgusting. What he does for that team from a leadership standpoint, I just think he should win the award.
I think so, too. I think from seeing it after the Carolina game, because going into it, we were just like, well, he circled Carolina for a reason, and no one knew where they was going to go after our game. They win, and they ended up going on this crazy win streak. And I'm just looking, I'm like, yo, Pavia is looking like he's the real deal on this field.
Unreal, man. It's crazy. What a season. All right, go to yesterday's cut list there, Julian, real quick on the Vox Pro.
Gotcha.
Okay, now go to, I'll tell you when to play it. Cut 9. This is Fernando Mendoza after Indiana won the Big Ten championship, his on-the-field interview. Here's a snippet of it. Hit it.
I want to give all the glory to God. We were never supposed to be in this position, but by the glory of God, the great coaches, great teammates, everyone we have around us, we were able to pull this off. Whoever thought the Hoosiers would be here, but now the Hoosiers are flipping champs. Let's go.
You guys call yourself a bunch of misfits who found the right home at Indiana. Why was this the right place for this group?
It's the right place. We're process-oriented. We're going day by day, whether it's offensive line, the defense, the coaches, special teams. We're all process-oriented to one goal. That's our thing, is we're brothers. We can drag teams into the deep end because we know that we're going to stick together and we're the strongest glue ever.
If he wins, I want his Heisman Trophy speech to be just like that. I want him to let it loose. Hey, God love him. He sounds like he's halfway through puberty, screaming and yelling, going crazy. Yeah. I love it. It's hilarious. It's just hilarious.
He sounds like the kid that's arriving at Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory and seeing all the amazing Oompa Loompa workers and the candy that's in the darn factory. Like, that's just what it feels like. But okay, I mean, he's happy, I guess.
That's what I mean. He's so, like, I want to see him do his Heisman Trophy Award ceremony. I just want to thank everybody. I want to give glory. Oh, nobody thought we could do it. Just go nuts like that. Because that award is always, everybody's up there. They're trying to be all smooth and, be professional. And
if this was Lane Kiffin, we would have got a real OG type of vibe with him.
So funny, man.
Diego, he is trying to come off as a likable character in the college football world. And I think to some people's eyes, he's doing a good job. I mean, he's that good. He's really, really good on the field. I think him having a moment like that was necessary for college football for some fans that do like him. I mean, I just see it as an ordinary speech.
Look, to me, it's either, Love has had a great year at Notre Dame.
Yes.
Sayin is completing like almost 80% of his passes at Ohio State, but Sayin's throwing to 2 first-round picks.
Yeah.
I mean, he's throwing to some talented dudes. Pavia's not throwing to any of those guys. Mendoza's throwing to a Surratt, the wide receiver, who came from James Madison, who I think is going to play in the NFL. But, I mean, with Sayin, how much of it is Julian Sayin? How much of it is you got an offensive line filled with pros? You got 2 wide receivers going to be first-round picks. I mean, so to me, the talent around Sayin is better than what Mendoza has or what Pavia has.
I think for Sayin, he may have a legitimate argument to say, can you make it back as a finalist next year? Because he's a sophomore this year. You're not going to have your NFL wideouts like what you got right now with Jeremiah Smith.
Well, Smith will be back for 1 more year. He's a sophomore.
Yeah, okay.
So he'll come back for another
year.
year.
Just come back. Okay, that's good for them. So we got to see if he can do it again.
Yeah.
I mean,
and look, there's nothing against Julian Sayin.
Yeah.
There's nothing. He's a 5-star kid coming out of high school. Obviously, he's got a ton of talent. But around him are some serious, serious ballers.
Yeah.
And Vanderbilt nor Indiana have that type of talent on offense that Ohio State does. And that's why, to me, if we're sitting here trying to vote for a Heisman Trophy winner, I have to move Sayin aside compared to Mendoza or Pavia.
I agree.
Because they've done more with less.
Yes.
Love has been really, really good at Notre Dame.
He's out of the race.
But
he's out. I think he's out of the race now because, I mean, two of your finalists are in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think, too, that with Love, I mean, C.J. Carr had a really nice year in his first season as a starter at Notre Dame. And as good as Love is, did he affect games for the Irish the way Diego Pavia or Fernando Mendoza does?
No.
I just don't think so. As good as Love is. So, and to me, it comes down to Mendoza or it comes down to Pavia. I would vote for Pavia.
I would vote for Pavia, too, but I would not be shocked if Mendoza wins.
But I think Mendoza's going to win it. But I would, if you gave me a vote, I'd vote for Diego Pavia.
If he did win it, how would you feel?
Pavia?
Yes.
Oh, I'd love it. I think the Pavia story is fantastic. Here's a guy, he wasn't recruited by Blue Bloods. He's out there playing out in the state of New Mexico. And, all of a sudden he hits the portal, comes with his offensive coordinator and his head coach, Vandy, and boom, look what he's done. It's a great story. I mean, he had a couple off-the-field things, like the peeing on the emblem of his rival. But that's part of the fire of Diego Pavia.
Yeah.
The Pavia story, I mean, is just fantastic because he came out of nowhere. And he's not a fancy 5-star. Mendoza is not he was, I think, a 4-star kid. Went to Cal and transferred from Cal to Indiana.
And we're running up on time, but when's the last time we've seen a Vanderbilt Heisman finalist?
I know. Hey, a guy at Vanderbilt and a guy at Indiana are the finalists for a Heisman Trophy. It's crazy. All right, post-game show. We'll open up the vault next. All right. Post-game show. Terry Ford, Jalen Tart. Jay will be back tomorrow as we hang up until 6 o'clock. Time to open up the vault, getting you ready for today in sports history. Let's skim on down here. Some interesting stuff. A name that no one thinks about because, again, he was popping up at the early stages of cable. Moses Malone, NBA Hall of Famer, scored 20 points, grabbed 9 rebounds in the second half of a game on this day in 1977. But this game's not known for that. This game is known for, if you're a historian of the NBA, you've seen this video footage many times. This is the game where Rockets forward Rudy Tomjanovich gets knocked out by Kermit Washington of the Lakers. Sucker punched and knocked out. And people think that totally changed Rudy Tomjanovich's career. Tomjanovich was a really good player. And Kermit Washington just came up on him. And just go to YouTube, and you can see it. Right in the face. Right in the face.
I'm going to do it right now.
Yeah, take a look at it, Jalen. Just put in there Kermit Washington punch, and you'll see it. That was this day in 1977. It was crazy. This day in 1984, Eric Dickerson of the LA Rams runs for 215 yards, breaking O.J. Simpson's single-season NFL rushing record of 203 yards. Dickerson ends his season with over 2,100 yards. Dickerson was a fantastic back. More records this day in 2000. Dallas Cowboy running back Emmitt Smith rushes for a season-high 150 yards, putting him over 1,000 yards for a record-tying 10th straight year. And Emmitt Smith joins Walter Payton and Barry Sanders as the only players in NFL history with 15,000 career yards. Oh, we got more. We got history all over the place. New England Patriot quarterback Tom Brady on this day in 2018 breaks Peyton Manning's record for most touchdown passes in NFL history.
All right, I got it.
Then, in 2018, Green Bay quarterback Aaron Rodgers breaks Tom Brady's NFL record with his 359th straight pass without a pick. And on this day in 2023, Shohei Ohtani signs a North American pro sports record 10 years, $700 million contract with the Dodgers. Of course, a lot of that's deferred. You got it? Go ahead and play it there, Jalen, if you got it. It's crazy. The highlight is crazy to see it. It's just. Yeah,
it's showing it in slow motion, but I watched the video and he literally just knocked him out.
Knocked him out. Am I wrong? He just comes up on him and throws hands and just sucker punches him and knocks him right out.
If you watch Friday, it's like Debo coming up to Smokey and literally just punching him and him knocking him on the ground. That's what this feels like.
It is a punch. It's and there are people that say that, Tomjanovich, and if you look at stats, Tomjanovich was never the same player. He was an all-star level player with the Houston Rockets. But that was a punch, man. Am I wrong?
That was something. I've never seen that. I was like, wow.
And just the way he comes up on him, too, is Tomjanovich has no idea what's about to happen to him. And he gets nailed. It's a something. No doubt about it.
1977.
Yeah, man. And Tomjanovich went on to be a good NBA head coach. Won 2 titles with the Rockets as the head coach. He was the head coach of the Hakeem Rockets, who won back-to-back championships because Michael Jordan was off in exile. For whatever reason you want to believe, if he wanted to play baseball or if he was running from gamblers or whatever you think of Michael Jordan and why he left basketball for 2 years, those 2 years Jordan was gone, the Rockets won back-to-back titles.
Speaking of baseball, did you see the news today?
Which one?
Schwarber.
Yeah, staying in Philadelphia.
That's a big-time gift.
I mean, it was 4 years, $150 million, I think it was.
I didn't even see the amount.
Yeah,
Edwin Diaz going to the Dodgers.
Yeah, Edwin Diaz, closer for the Mets. When Diaz was healthy, for the most part, 5 years, $150.
He's a good closer.
For Schwarber.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean Diaz has had some really good years. And that's a great pitcher's ballpark. The Dodgers bullpen. Here's the funny thing: the Dodgers won the World Series, and their bullpen was most of the year.
Their pitching.
Their starters are phenomenal.
Really, really good.
Yeah, starters are great. Last year, Diaz, by the way, an ERA of 1.63 for the Mets, and now he'll be. But the Dodgers, I mean, they only won back-to-back World Series.
Yeah.
And now they add Diaz.
We'll see.
All right, we will hear from Kendall Briles, the possible future offensive coordinator at South Carolina, at a coaching clinic. That's coming up next. Postgame Show, Hour 2. Terry Ford, Jalen Tardis here. Jay will be back tomorrow. All right, Kendall Briles. Feels like everything is heading toward Kendall Briles being the new offensive coordinator for the South Carolina Gamecocks. Briles was at a coaching clinic 2024, I think it was, and kind of talked about his philosophies and what he's looking to do, how he does it, what he, offensively, kind of the way he does certain things. Let's just hit cut one, Jalen. Let's start off with Kendall Briles right from the get-go, talking about offense. We'll get to it in a minute. Jalen's taking care of a little something in the other room. But Briles, it's a different animal. It's all about tempo. About adapting to your personnel. He talks about you got to look at the players you have and build your offense toward the personnel. And also, spacing, the passing game, using the hashes, which is something we've been talking about here all year, for more than just this year, but using the hash marks to your advantage like Tennessee does. Tennessee, they line up their wide receivers to the sidelines outside the hashes because then now you got to go cover them and you can't load the box, and that's why Tennessee's such a good run team. But using the field, the space, in the passing game, we always talk about on the show the goal of an offense that I was taught by really smart people, because I'm not one of those really smart people. I just try to learn stuff from really smart people. Really smart offensive minds and offensive coordinators will tell you what you want to do is make the defense make bad decisions. Put them in constant havoc and confusion. Exploit matchups. Make them do things they think are right at the time but end up being wrong. And, Briles talks about that. We're going to get to that, how he looks at getting the matchups that are to your favor as an offense. And also always evolving. Don't stay the same. He talks about that too. And explosive plays are big. We've heard Shane talk about explosive plays since he's been here. Explosive plays do matter. You want explosives. And South Carolina, the one thing the offense did last year decently was get explosive plays. Heck, sometimes it's the only way they scored, right? But you also have to be efficient and effective on offense. You can't go into a game thinking you're going to just get constant explosive plays. You have to be able to sustain drives. And RPOs are a big part of Kendall Briles' offense. Also, again, the tempo is a big deal and how Briles wants to run offense. We're going to play some of that here in just a little bit. And again, it's not official yet, but all signs point to Kendall Briles being the offensive coordinator at South Carolina. Last year, TCU had a top 35 offense with a lot of metrics. Now, Josh Hoover, the quarterback, had a bunch of turnovers late in the year. I think Hoover had more turnover-worthy plays than he had big-time throws. So Hoover kind of hit a wall second half of last year. But Hoover also had been a good player, had been an above-average quarterback, and just had some turnover issues last year. But the TCU offense has, been the top 40, top 30. When Kendall Briles was at Arkansas, because I really think that's where you look, because that's where that offense was truly Kendall Briles' offense. At TCU, he's running Sonny Dykes stuff. But Kendall Briles at Arkansas, when he left that final year with Rocket Sanders at running back, KJ Jefferson at quarterback, Treylon Burks at wide receiver, that Arkansas offense was 15th in the country and 7th in running the football in America. So, look, I think it's a good hire. I do. We saw some of the other names, the dude Decker at Old Dominion was one. Bell, the offensive coordinator at Pitt, was another. But those guys don't have the experience that a Kendall Briles does. And, look, if you're Shane Beamer and next year is quite important to, yourself and your future, getting a guy like a Kendall Briles with a resume with a background, who's very respected, more than someone who might have slated at the Group of 5 level, but has never coached in the power conferences. I see why you'd rather go that route with a more experienced guy. I'm sure South Carolina is going to be paying Kendall Browse at least 1.75, 1.8, if not $2 million. Browse is making a tick under 1.5 million at TCU. So I'm guessing it bumps up to there. And look, I'm just throwing it out there. Kendall Browse, after working for Sonny Dykes, again, you're working for the guy who built the offense. And you're going to have to work with him, obviously. Now you're going to go to a place where it's your offense. You build the system, you put it together, you game plan it, you call the plays. It's truly your offense. You're not running someone else's stuff, you're running your own. Shane's going to get out of your way and let you do that, right? That's what Shane Beamer does. Does it for Clayton White. He's done it for Marcus Satterfield. He's done it for Dow Loggins. He did it for Mike Shula. Now, he steps in. He has stepped in at times when needed to, whether it's Marcus Satterfield or Mike Shula last year. Stepped in with Clayton White a couple years ago when the defense was scuffling. But Kendall Browse will Shane Beamer will give Kendall Browse autonomy on the offense. All right, Jalen, I'm going to play some cuts from Kendall Browse here when you're ready, my man. Let's start off with cut one, Jalen, with Kendall Browse talking about tempo with his offense.
We've talked a lot about being growth-minded and being focused on improvement, and I thought this was.
Sorry, that's Lamont. Go to today's page, Jalen.
Tempo. So when we start, obviously I've been to several different places. I went to 5 schools in 5 years, so you're installing quite a bit. We always start with tempo. So whenever we start talking to the offense, we're going to be a team that's going to tempo. That's the number one thing that we're going to talk to our team about. We'll get into the details of that a little bit later.
Tempo. Big on tempo.
Yeah.
When he's running offense. Also, Kendall Browse talks about the football and how important protecting the football is.
All about the ball. So it's amazing to me. I've gone to different places, and you talk to kids, and you can sit there and ask them, whether it be a starting quarterback, tell me about turnover margin. Well, they can't explain what that is. And so I think it's our job and our duty to make sure that we're really talking to the players, not just, hey, high and tight. Talk to them about why that's important. And so we talk to those guys about that. We give them stats about turnover margin and how that affects the chances of winning the game.
Yeah, turnover margin. Winning the turnover battle is big, and the less you turn it over, the better chance you have about winning the turnover battle. Yeah. Clayton's defense is forced turnovers, right? That's one thing South Carolina does defensively very well. Now, if you have an offense that is not turning it over, your turnover margin is more in your favor, and that helps you win football games. So protecting the ball is very important to Kendall Browse. So tempo, protecting the ball, that's 2. Let's get to number 3 here, Jalen. Adapting to your personnel.
Adapting to our personnel. So like I said, I came up, my dad's a high school coach, and he's got to coach the players that are walking through the door. And as a college coach, obviously the transfer portal is what it is. You're able to recruit players if you're there long enough to be able to develop them. But really, you got to adapt to your personnel. Surely if you're going into a new job, you got to make sure that you're adapting and getting the most out of the best players that you have, and that's our job as coaches. That's why they call us coach. So you got to adapt to your personnel. I'm not going to walk in there and say, this is what we're doing. You guys got to learn this. Okay, we got an idea of what we want to look like. Okay, we're going to RPO you, we're going to tempo you, we're going to put you in space. But we got to make sure that we're doing the best job to get our guys to be successful on Saturdays or Friday night.
I have a tear. Hearing that gives me a tear.
Yeah.
We know what we look like, but we're going to adapt our offense to our personnel to play to their strengths. Oh, my God. Oh, unbelievable.
That's a hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah.
I mean, you heard what he believes in. You know, he believes in tempo. He believes they run the RPO game. They, believe in creating mismatches and space and all that stuff. So, but then he's going to take his personnel and he's going to build that around the players he has. Speaking of RPOs, they call them something a little different in the Browse family. Hit cut 4 there, Jalen.
Using mixed plays. So whenever we first started running RPO World 2010, there wasn't a term for it, so we called it mixed plays. Our guys at TCU, they're going to call them mixed plays, but that's just RPOs. We're going to be doing that 80% of the time.
RPOs, 80% of the time. Run pass options. They did that some here with Lenore's the last couple years, but
yeah,
80%.
2023.
RPOs. So, let you know that there's going to be a lot of run pass option decisions for a quarterback to make it South Carolina if Kendall Browse is the OC. All right, then we get to the spacing in the passing game, which is, again, the more space you create, the more things you can do in more space. Here's Kendall Browse talking about that.
Spacing, using the entire field. All right, gives you defined pictures, makes it easier for quarterbacks. Every place I've been, I ask them about it. When you have the wide splits, it just defines the field for them. Stress conflicts players, so they can't play both. Those guys have to serve two masters. Okay, they got to carry 3 vertical and they got the B gap. So what are you going to do? So we're going to read all those guys. You guys are doing the same thing. And then create the one-on-one matchups. From a pass game standpoint, we're going to have our 4-level, 3-level quick game, drop back, play action.
There you go. You heard some play action in there.
Then he said time, so hopefully we can get the O-line fixed.
Yes.
So that all of that can
right. Because you know what? All this is a great idea, right?
Yes.
RPOs are cool. Using space, creating mismatches, playing tempo, protecting the ball, adapting to your personnel. All that stuff's awesome, except if your offensive line sucks.
Yeah.
Then none of this matters, right?
Mm-hmm.
None of it matters if your offensive line stinks. But yeah, the passing game, you're always looking to set mismatches up that benefit you.
Yeah.
You're always looking for defenders to make bad decisions. You're trying to create space for your playmakers. Yeah, the one thing about this year that every time I saw it, obviously I didn't see every play or every all 22 type of shot, but you saw some route combinations. You're like, well, what are we doing here?
Yeah, I'm like, why is it just this? Like,
I mean,
what are you doing?
You didn't affect all 3 levels of the field. You didn't attack in and out of the hashes. You didn't flood zones. You didn't, just force defenders into bad decisions, confusing defenders with crossers and, guys. There was no outlet at times for Lenore's. I mean, you're running 2 guys super deep, and there's no outlet for Lenore's, so he's holding the ball, and then boom, sack. So a lot of the stuff that made us scratch our head last year, Kendall Browse is talking about here. All right, let's get to another one here. To be able to constantly change and evolve, cut 6.
Constantly changing, I think that's a huge deal. Okay, don't ever be stagnant in what you're doing. Just because you're good last year doesn't mean you're going to be good this year. We always got guys, myself included, that are watching high school tape, that are watching college tape, that are watching NFL tape, always finding ways to get better. That's our duty. That's our job to our players in our university.
Keep getting better. Keep evolving. Don't let them figure you out. Everybody's watching tape. And the last one, talking about the importance of explosive plays, cut 7.
And then emphasis on explosiveness, which is a pass or a run over 10 yards. If you win turnover battle and you win the explosive plays, you win the football game. That's the bottom line. So we put a ton of emphasis on being incredibly explosive, and then obviously defensively, guys are wanting to limit those explosive plays.
Incredibly explosive.
Yes, not just explosive.
Incredibly
explosive. Yes. That's what we're looking for here. So there's some Kendall Browse. We'll save you another cut for later about talking more about tempo and the mechanics of the tempo. We'll get to that later as well. But nothing has been signed yet by anybody. Nothing's official. But everything feels like it's trending toward Kendall Browse being the offensive coordinator at South Carolina. We'll come back. College football playoff news. A couple little tidbits. That's next on the Postgame Show. All right, post-game show. Jay back tomorrow. Jalen's here, Terry Ford. And right now, if you're driving around Columbia and you're hearing a lot of shrieking and screaming, it's because Elijah Campbell is doing a live appearance, and the women are going insane.
Yeah.
How you doing, Bob?
I'm great. See, the attention was on me until we saw the big lifted truck come in, and Xavier Legette came out of it, right? That was when the excitement for me ended, and that one began.
I'm telling you.
To lure myself into a false sense of security.
No, I'm telling you. I told you this on the phone when we picked up. They're there for you, not Xavier Legette. They're there for you.
That's what I've been telling myself. that is exactly what I've been telling myself.
All right, so where are you at and what are you doing?
So we are over here at Guthrie's. They're brand new. They just cut the ribbon. Actually, they let Jamie do it. Jamie's over here because he's so exhausted from signing out.
Wait. Our sales guy cut the ribbon at Guthrie's? Are you serious?
No, not at all. Not one bit.
Should have had this on video and put it on the YouTube channel.
Oh, man. Xavier Legette's
I wanted
there.
to convince people he did.
All the CEO of Guthrie's there, Xavier Legette's there, all these other dignitaries, and our sales guy's cutting the ribbon. That would have been funny. All right, so
he walks up there, grabs the scissors, and cuts it himself. Kind of like what Napoleon did with his crowning himself.
All right, so you're hanging there till 6. You and Preston, and eventually you guys are going to sit down and have a chicken finger eating contest to the death.
Yes, and I am starving, so I am very well prepared. That was my preparation.
When's the last time?
Avoiding lunch.
I was saying, when's the last time you ate getting prepared for this?
About 7:30 last night.
No breakfast, no coffee, no Mountain Dew, no.
My man's in training, Jalen. He's in training for a chicken finger eating contest.
Okay, so if he wins, can we put him in Nathaniel's hot dog?
Do you really want to do?
I don't know if I
do you want to do that, Elijah? I mean, they put the hot dogs and the buns in water, and it's just.
Oh, that stuff is disgusting. Now, if I enjoyed hot dogs even a little bit, I don't like hot dogs. I don't love it. Not enough to try to eat like 60 plus or however it is in 12 minutes. Which I got to the point in my life I can't watch the Nathan's hot dog eating.
I can't either
because I get so grossed out. Mostly because the idea of dipping it like hot dog buns in water is an atrocity. It's an affront to humanity.
And you know what else, too? Watching people eat to the verge of throwing up really doesn't do a whole lot for me. Just call me crazy.
Yeah, I could do that myself.
Yeah, right. I don't need to watch somebody on TV do it.
I
Good
could live
point.
that.
All right, my man. So you guys are going to be hanging out there till 6. We'll hear from you in about 20 minutes and kind of get caught up what's going on. And we will at least put the beginning of the Eat Chicken Fingers to a Death match with you and Preston.
Yeah.
We'll put maybe like the first minute or something on social media so people can watch the gluttony and the pigness firsthand.
I like my chances because it seems like this will be a short race because in this, when it comes to eating a lot of food, Preston is the tortoise, I am the hare. If this thing has to last over like 25, 30 minutes, I might be cooked. But it looks like this is going to play in my favor here.
All right, my man. We'll talk to you here in just a little bit, about 4:45. Thanks, pal.
Don't eat too much, man.
All right, we'll talk to you. All right, real quick, college football playoff news. This is interesting. 4 LSU assistants will return to Ole Miss to help the college football playoff run. 4 current LSU offensive assistants are joining offensive coordinator Charlie Weiss Jr. at Ole Miss to help prepare the Rebels for their college football playoff appearance against Tulane. Tight ends coach Joe Cox, wide receiver coach George McDonald, assistant quarterbacks coach Dane Stevens, and slot receiver coach Sawyer Jordan will all return to Oxford on Monday, a day after the Rebels. They returned on Monday, I should say. LSU coach Lane Kiffin allowed the coaches to return in an effort to help new Ole Miss coach Pete Golding, the staff and players maximize their opportunity in the college football playoff. Look, Ole Miss should beat Tulane. They beat them the last time they played them by like 30. They should win that game. But, yeah, I mean, almost the entire offensive staff left with Lane Kiffin, right?
I'm just scratching my head because for players, just speaking about the players, how would that feel? How would the vibe around practice be like seeing that the staff is coming back for this run? after they left.
Well, the problem was there was no offensive staff left because they all took off, right? And so I guess if you're a player, you're like, well, at least we're going to have the staff we know for the playoff. And again, to rewind this, if Lane Kiffin would have handled his business differently, nobody'd be in this mess.
Yeah.
So I at least give Kiffin credit for letting his offensive staff go back to coach the players they were coaching. Because remember this, too. All right, Kiffin, once again, quit on his team, turned his back on his squad as the leader, and took off to LSU. Because that was his choice. Now, again, the staff goes with Kiffin because, again, Kiffin's offering them gigs, and you don't know what's going to happen if you stay at Ole Miss. But the people that get screwed over here are the players, especially the offensive players, who all of a sudden didn't have a staff going into the college football playoff. That's why, look, I made my thoughts known on Kiffin. I have no respect for him for how this whole thing went down. But that being said, this calendar does have to be fixed. You can't go poaching coaches before the season's over.
Yeah.
That's just ridiculous. So I at least give Kiffin credit for letting these coaches go back.
But imagine if Tulane wins.
Oh, well, we know what's going to go there, Eddie. All the distractions of Kiffin, what happened, coaching turmoil, how did it affect the players? Obviously, it was a distraction, blah, 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 blah. That would look bad for Kiffin.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would look bad for Lane Kiffin if that would happen. Maybe that's another reason why he's sending coaches, because it won't look bad. Like that bad. Villain bad. So that's what's going on. LSU will have their offense. Basically, the Ole Miss offensive staff will be back to coach the Ole Miss offense.
Then you got to play Georgia if you win. And we knew the drama of the after drama of that, of them losing late in the game, letting Georgia come back the way that they did in the second half. So I don't know. I just think now this Georgia team is a lot more dangerous than what they were.
Oh, much better team they were earlier in the year.
Regular season, yes.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. No doubt. One other college football note, not with the playoff, is Notre Dame. The folks at Notre Dame have said that they're going to do everything they can to keep Marcus Freeman as their head coach. And so there's a lot of smoke that Freeman can up in the NFL. Once again, Freeman, and I'm going to double check this before I want to make sure I am correct. I don't believe Marcus Freeman has ever been any kind of coach in the NFL. Assistant, water boy, ticket taker.
I mean, I wouldn't want him to go to the league to coach.
His coaching experience, let me take a look. I want to make sure, is just been in college. Now, he did play, see how much that was. In the NFL, he was drafted in the 5th round, played in 4 preseason games, got cut in 2009 by the Bears, got picked up by the Bills in 2009 on their practice squad, was released, then signed with the Texans practice squad, finished out the 2009 season on the practice squad, signed with Indianapolis, was diagnosed with an enlarged heart condition, and retired on May 1st, 2010. So he never played in the NFL. He was on NFL practice squads. He's never coached in the NFL. If you have never coached in the NFL, but he did hang around NFL rosters. So he's kind of got a vibe of players in the league and how things go. But guys who have never coached in the NFL and have coached in college, the success rate is very low. The success rate for NFL coaches who go to college, very low. It's a different animal. But I know, at some point, an NFL team is going to offer Marcus Freeman a head coaching job.
Yeah.
If you ask me, do I think it's going to work? I would say no, because history tells us it doesn't work, but very rarely.
Mm-hmm.
But the only thing Freeman has going for him in this scenario is he did hang out with the Bears, the Bills, and the Texans in 2009 on practice squads. So at least he knows the lay of the land in the league. But again, usually it just doesn't work. All right, 5:15, Zach Barnett, national columnist for footballscoop.com, is going to jump in here. Zach has covered TCU and Kendall Briles. He's going to give us a little insight on Kendall Briles at TCU. Again, that's coming up at 5:15 in the Gamecock Notebook. All right, post-game show. Terry Ford, Jalen Tart, appreciate you hanging out with us. We are rolling up until 6 here on the game. Dr. Dan and his staff at the Men's Clinic of South Carolina, looking out to help you if you're a guy and you just don't feel like yourself anymore. You just don't. You know, your workouts, you can't get those extra reps at the gym. You're not as quick or as fast. You don't recover very well from exercise anymore. Man, maybe you're not sleeping the way you used to. Maybe you're not remembering things like you used to. You just feel blah. Just don't have drive in life. Maybe you're depressed. Some of this could just be low testosterone or other issues, but one way to find out is go to the Men's Clinic. Call 803-875-MENS. 803-875-MENS. You make that call. You tell them your story when you go there with your free consultation. If they think it could be low T or other issues, they will put some lab work together and help you get back to being you again at the Men's Clinic. Checking the traffic, just the usual road construction. Right now, we'll get you caught up on the accidents at the top of the hour. Our usual spots, whether it's Malfunction Junction, whether it's I-126 near 26 and Hugie, just the same old places. So plan accordingly, get yourself around it. And like I said, we'll update you on the accidents coming up at 5. Weather forecast for the rest of tonight, it dropped into the 30s by 6 p.m. and we'll be dipping around 30 degrees overnight. And in the morning, it'll warm back up again. 54, 55 will be the high for tomorrow. Right now, 42 degrees and chilly. Always appreciate our good buds at U.S. Brick for sponsoring the postgame show. Jay will be back tomorrow. He's going through round 2 of chemo today. Obviously, we wish him nothing but the best. And we will talk with Jay tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Jalen's here pushing the buttons, keeping us going. Terry Ford, thanks for hanging out with us, whether it's you're here, listen to us here in Columbia, 107.5 The Game, any of our affiliates on the Game Network, whether it's Charleston, Florence, Myrtle Beach. Also watching us on our YouTube channel. Hey!
What's going on, y'all?
At the Game TV Radio. Hit us on your app at 107.5 The Game. You can find us whether it's Apple phone, Android, whatever. Very simple to find you. Whatever you can find. Whatever you're doing, man. And also you can go to our website and listen to us at 1075thegame.com as well. All right, coming up at 5:15 again, Zach Barnett from footballscoop.com. Give us some insight on Kendall Briles at TCU as the offensive coordinator. So we'll talk with Zach again at 5:15. Quick NFL note. And this will matter to Jalen since he's a huge Indy Colt fan.
Oh, God.
Good news. Good news, Jalen. I know the Colts had a great start this year and been ravaged by injury at quarterback. Daniel Jones, first of all, had a fracture. Someone said to me that it was a minor fracture. I said, a fracture is never minor when it's your fracture.
Right.
Daniel Jones started off with a fracture in his tibia. Then he tore his Achilles. He's out. Anthony Richardson hit himself in the face with like a workout band.
Yeah, and he has an orbital injury.
Yeah, so he's out because he was attacked by a workout band. And then you had Riley Leonard, who played last week, and he sustained a knee injury.
2 days, not even over 48 hours ago.
But that's okay. Jalen, good news. Phillip Rivers is back. Why are you acting like that? You get 44-year-old Phillip Rivers
all right.
is going to come out of retirement.
I've been holding this in all day. A phenomenal passer. Phenomenal.
Yeah, he is a Hall of Famer.
This man
in his prime.
He has 10 kids. 10.
Maybe that's why he's really unretiring. I got to get the heck out of this house. His kids are driving me crazy.
His oldest son is the same age as Riley Leonard. That is insane. And he worked out last night and he signed. Mind you, the reason why I feel this way is because look who we're playing. We're going to Seattle.
Ready.
And
by the way,
we have to play primetime next week.
One of the best defenses in the NFL, Seattle.
And mind you, last week it was all Nick Emmanwori highlights.
Nick had a day.
He's looking like I have arrived in the NFL, and we gathering old man Rivers.
Hey, by the way, I love this quote. Right, I'm reading from the article on ESPN. This is good. Ready? Where's it at? According to sources, Rivers' workout was impressive. He threw the ball well, but you ready for this? He needs to improve his conditioning.
Oh, God.
Stunning.
No.
Stunning. He's 44 years old. He's been retired for a couple of years. So he's got the dad bod. My man's showing up with his 44-year-old dad bod.
He has not played since 2020.
I know. He was coaching high school football there for a minute. Yeah, good luck with that.
Taylor Heineke would have been a better choice.
Oh,
Sam Ehlinger coming back to the Colts would have been a better choice. I mean, my friends hitting me up in the group chat saying, watch Phil deal the ball this weekend. I don't see that happening.
I'm sorry.
We're done. No.
Yeah,
went from first in the AFC to now being out of the playoffs.
Phillip Rivers, baby.
To get cooked by Trevor Lawrence. I'm done.
Phillip Rivers.
I'm done with the Colts.
Phillip Rivers.
I'm not. No.
Phillip Rivers. 44-year-old Phillip Rivers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man,
it's okay. It's fine.
The good news is he can throw the ball. He's just not in shape.
Yes, he just has to stand there to throw the ball.
All right, so the Colts, who started off so well this year, now they've been caught by Jacksonville
and Houston.
Ton of injuries. But Phillip Rivers is back. And by the way, I just read here that Peyton Manning is also working out with the team.
No.
Just giving you a heads up.
I'm still mad that he didn't finish his career in Indy, but that's another day for another story, and I will die on that hill when Jay comes back. I know he's a diehard Bronco fan, but yes, I hated that move. I hated how they treated him. But it's okay.
Well, yeah, and honestly, that was. I mean, obviously the guy had no neck from the neck injury.
Yeah.
And they had drafted Andrew Luck. They were going to draft Andrew Luck. Remember Tank for Luck or Suck for Luck or whatever?
Yeah.
So Peyton got moved along. They had that cute ceremony, kicked him to the curb. I get it. Look.
And then the Luck years was so short-lived.
Well, he was so good, couldn't stay healthy. Of course, Peyton only went off to go to 2 Super Bowls in Denver.
He should have had 3. He really should have had 3 rings. But that loss to Drew Brees, my God, he was good.
Yeah,
at that time he was good. But hey.
So anyway, Phillip Rivers. All hope is back.
I don't know.
Phillip Rivers, man,
lost.
Anyway, oh geez. All right, so that's interesting note. Another interesting note from the football world, real quick. Ed Orgeron, who wanted to be the LSU head coach after LSU fired Brian Kelly. Orgeron was talking about hopefully getting on the LSU staff with Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin and Orgeron are buds from back in the day, both at Southern Cal. But Orgeron didn't get that call from Kiffin, and he was on Bussin' with the Boys with Will Compton and Taylor Lewan. And basically Orgeron said, quote, he had asked me, called me last year, said he was going to get another job, wanted to know if I wanted to join him. I said, you know what? I'm not ready yet, said Orgeron. He had called recently and said, what do you think about LSU? And I gave him nothing but rave reviews, but it never came through. He never called and said, do you want to come? I never called him and said, I want to go. He knew I was planning to get back into coaching. Would LSU be a good fit for him? Do I think so? Yes. So basically, Orgeron, what I think is interesting out of all this, Lane called him last year.
Wow.
And said he was going to get another job. That's what just Ed said that out loud at the interview. Elaine's probably sitting there going, thanks, Ed. Shut your yap, Ed. Because again, Lane last year, Ole Miss was arguably the most talented team on paper in America. Didn't make the playoff. And according to Orgeron, Lane last year called him and said he was going to get another job. I want to know if he wanted to join, if Orgeron wanted to join him. So what was that job?
Defensive coordinator?
No, I mean, what job was Lane Kiffin going to go get?
Oh, I mean,
because a few years ago it was Auburn, and Lane didn't do it.
Lane didn't do it.
So if it would have been Auburn, Orgeron would have said, "Hey, he was talking to Auburn. Him and I had a conversation." He said last year. Where was Lane going last year that we don't know about?
And I mean, there wasn't that many options last year.
Yeah, so it's a very weird comment by Orgeron.
Yeah,
but anyway. All right, we'll hear from Elijah Campbell live at Guthrie's. See if Elijah and Preston have started stuffing chicken fingers in their mouth in the chicken finger eating contest to the death. We'll find out what's going on with that situation. See. All right, so we're going to skip Jay Renee because Jay's not here today. He'll be back tomorrow. But let's check in with Elijah Campbell and see if he starts stuffing his face at Guthrie's with chicken fingers. How's it going, man?
It's good. Still waiting to get inside to eat because I am about to record a small interview with Xavier Leggett to promote the last hour of this thing. So if you're hearing that, just know we have an hour left with Xavier Leggett here in Guthrie's on the grand opening. The line is shortened a little bit. It was absurdly long. If you look at our Twitter at 1075 The Game, you'll see how long that line absolutely was, which is ridiculous. But it is now a lot more manageable right here on Hardscrabble Road, around 4600 Hardscrabble Road, next to Valvoline. You'll be able to get you a parking spot, walk over here, get a picture with Xavier Leggett, and get to meet a Gamecock legend and current wide receiver for a team that's tied for first in the NFC South. Who would have thought? 13 weeks in.
Good God. And they didn't even play.
Best thing that happened to him was he didn't play. Absolutely. All right, so is Preston there? Has Preston been stretching to get ready for this whole eating contest?
It's funny you say that because as you said that, he was stretching right now. He is getting himself ready.
Remember,
I already told you guys how I'm preparing.
Remember, that man played college football for 4 years. He knows how to prepare. Stretching properly.
I know my opponent, and I know this is going to be, on paper, not going to be favorable to me.
No, hey, let's be honest here. On paper, not to be mean, you are Tulane, he's Ole Miss.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I'm on scholarship, too. Okay? We wrap it up in the summer. We go through two-a-days. We go through workouts here, too. We play the same sport.
All right, now
like what Gene Hackman tell Hoosiers, the
basket's still 10 feet, babe, no matter what. All right, and Guthrie's, obviously, these chicken fingers are supposed to be fantastic, I hear, so we need a report in the 5 o'clock hour about how good these are.
I was just going to ask, would you be able to compare between, a Raising Cane's or a Zaxby's?
And I've never had Raising Cane's, but I've had plenty of Zaxby's in my day, so I can use that as the barometer.
Great.
All right, and since when you leave there, you might as well bring back some for us. Just saying.
If any chicken is surviving.
All right, my man. We'll talk to you in the 5 o'clock hour. Appreciate you. That's Elijah Campbell live at Guthrie's, right off Hardscrabble at Elders Pond Road. They will be there till 6. It's a grand opening. Guthrie's. I hear these are fantastic chicken fingers.
For what I've seen on TikTok, I know a lot of our generation has that now. A lot of, everyone has it, I guess. But they said it's up there with Raising Cane's and Zaxby's.
Yeah, there's a Raising Cane's near my place in Baltimore.
Okay.
I have not gone yet, though.
I've had Raising Cane's within the last 3 months once. But I've had it before. I had it, years ago. But I like Zaxby's. I think Raising Cane's bread is really good.
Zaxby's is good. I've had those a couple times. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm interested to see
how good the Guthrie's are. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I mean, hopefully Elijah and bring us back some and not just hog them all for himself.
I might do a reaction on my Instagram. If y'all don't follow me on Instagram, Jalen with the mic, Jalen like Jalen Rose with the mic on Instagram. I might do a reaction.
Give it a whirl, man. I mean, look, give me some chicken fingers and some honey mustard. I'm good.
Okay. I'm a barbecue guy, but I don't mind honey mustard.
I got no problem with the barbecue.
Okay.
Zero problem with the barbecue. I like honey mustard better, but I can dabble in the barbecue.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Cool.
I'm okay with that. All right, real quick, this just popped. NFL draft, not Lenore Sellers. Clemson defensive tackle Peter Woods is declared for the NFL draft. Number 1 ranked defensive tackle, number 13th overall ranked player on Mel Kiper's big board. Woods was first team All-ACC this year, 30 tackles, 3.5 tackles for loss, 2 sacks. I'll be honest with you. And look, I know that teams prepared to slow down Peter Woods, stop him. There was some double teams, things of that nature. Peter Woods did not have a great year at all. It was to be honest. He might have been the 3rd or 4th best defensive lineman on that Clemson team. But again, his potential and upside is very high. Woods will be a first-round pick. But this year, he did not affect the game this year the way he did his previous 2 years at Clemson.
Yeah, I just don't see I know we're running short on time, but for him to have a down year and then you expect to go to the NFL as a defensive player, you got to be riding on some type of momentum before you go into that world right there.
Yeah, once again, it's going to be the upside potential, physical traits, things of that nature with Woods, because this past year, just not as good as his freshman and sophomore years. Just not.
Yeah. And I don't know where he's going to go. Like, you go where you land.
Yep. I mean, again, there's going to be a team in the first round that look at those measurables and look at his tape from his freshman and sophomore year and go, okay, we're going to take this guy. And NFL teams are great at this. We can fix him, whatever it is, whether it's a mental thing, whatever you got going on to where, there might be an issue. There's an NFL team which will go, don't worry, we can fix him. We're the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
So someone will take Peter Woods and whatever the problems were this year, was it just as simple as teams did what they could to, throw bodies at him? Was it more of him? Was it a new scheme that he was playing under Tom Allen, a new defensive coordinator? Was he asked to maybe do things he wasn't asked to do his first 2 years since you did have a new DC? I don't know. He just was not as good this year as he was his freshman and sophomore year. And so we'll see about a ton of potential. Ton of potential for Woods. So that just popped. Peter Woods announcing he will go to the NFL draft. Nothing new from Lenora Sellers. Obviously, Sellers has time to make that decision. He's not going to rush into it. We'll see what direction it goes. But Sellers still hasn't made that choice. And if you have not heard, for whatever reason, Kendall Briles, all things point to Kendall Briles being the offensive coordinator at South Carolina. I'm going to refresh to make sure it hasn't happened here recently. Nope, still closing in on the deal that I see right now.
We probably could get it in the later part of the week. Might be tomorrow.
Yep, it feels like it's going to be happening. He's got to get all the stuff in the row with the contract.
Yep.
They also have to get a running back coach, an offensive line coach at South Carolina, get everything through the Board of Trustees and all that stuff. All right, 5 o'clock news sponsored by our Buds Integrated Media is coming up next here on the Postgame Show. Terry Ford, Jalen Tart. Jay will be back tomorrow. We go for one more hour on the game. get you caught up on what's happening on the roads here in the Midlands. We have a few accidents at St. Andrews, Ashland Road near Bush River Road. Also, Assembly Street at Elmwood Avenue in downtown Columbia. West Columbia accident or an incident has been cleared. I-26 westbound before Airport Boulevard. Jeez, exit 113. Columbia, Long Green Parkway between Longtown Road and Clemson Road. Accident there as well. We'll pop back. 5 o'clock news sponsored by Integrated Media is next right here on The Game. All right, 5 o'clock news, sponsored by our buds at Integrated Media. Postgame show. Jay will be back tomorrow, getting round 2 of his chemo today. Obviously, we wish Jay nothing but good luck today and through his entire process as he battles with bladder cancer. And we'll have Jay back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Jalen's here, though, punching the buttons.
What's going on?
Fantasizing about Guthrie's chicken. Can't get it out of your head.
I'll have it sooner rather than later.
You're going to leave here and go over there, aren't you?
No, I'm going to go to the gym. And work out the stuff that I ate earlier.
No, you
today.
go to Guthrie's, right? You grab the chicken fingers, and then you go to the gym and eat it while you're on the bench.
No, I'm not doing that.
You sit there, you got a piece of chicken in your mouth while you're close gripping on the flat bench. Anyway, all right, Jalen's here. We appreciate him helping out today. All right, some news. Obviously, Kendall Briles, it feels like it's going to be a matter of time. Reports are surfacing everywhere that Kendall Briles will be the new offensive coordinator at South Carolina. I think it's a good hire. I think if you look at what Kendall Briles has done, especially at Arkansas, when he was the guy who built the offense, built the game plan, called the plays for Sam Pittman, that offense cooked. His last year there, number 15 in the country in total offense, 7th in rushing offense nationally. I think Kendall Briles is an excellent hire. Good resume. Look, I love the OC Decker at Old Dominion. I think what they do at Old Dominion with that offense is fun.
Yeah.
It's creative. But again, if you're Shane Beamer and you're going into a season that's quite important, you want someone who has done it on the Power 4 level, and Kendall Briles has done it on the Power 4 level, has done it in the SEC. I think it's a good hire. I really do.
Not to mention, he's reuniting with Jeremiah Donati again.
And that's something else. I think we talked about this a little bit the other day when this rumor first, started really drawing some serious smoke, like the smoke alarms are going off in the studio smoke. There was talk that Donati has been involved in this thing. And it would make sense. Donati was with Briles at TCU.
Mm-hmm.
Shane's looking for an offensive coordinator. I could see Donati saying, hey, let me say, Kendall Briles really liked what he did at TCU. I think he fits your coaching staff culturally and what you're looking for as a fit. Blah, 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 blah. If you want, I can reach out to him. And maybe Donati knew that, Kendall Briles was looking to get to a team where he could, again, control the offense totally, like have total ownership of the offense. So Jeremiah Donati was involved in this in some way, shape, or form, absolutely. And really, look, that's what you want. Look, you don't want meddling from your AD. You want support, right? I'm sure. Look, I don't think Jeremiah Donati went to Shane Beamer and said, here's who you're hiring, bub. I don't think that happened. No. I think Donati was probably, again, like we said, brought up Kendall Browse, maybe suggested it. Maybe Shane went to Donati and said, hey, tell me about Kendall Browse.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, maybe he went to him.
Yeah, I mean, but your AD is there to support you and help you, and if you need it, that's what the athletic director is there for.
Yeah.
So Jeremiah Donati was involved in this whole process. And I think Browse is a good hire. I think South Carolina's offense will be much better in 2026. What does that mean? It just means there'll be a better offense. I mean, now if your defense and special teams can continue on the way they've been, and your offense, I mean, heck, Jalen, if it becomes a top 50 offense in the country,
I'm cool with that.
How much better are you as a football team with a top 30 defense and a top 40 special teams?
Yeah. I think for the defense, like you said early in the show, if you can manage to keep Clayton White, from going over to the Volunteer Orange of Tennessee, I mean, you're going to be in a good position to continue to have the successes you had on defense the last 2-3 years that White has been, leading this group. Yeah. Along with Briles, who is, from what is being advertised, he's a great offensive mind, very young. We'll just see how this can all mesh together going into next season.
And look, and that's another thing we'll talk about is Clayton White is on the On3 hot board as a candidate for the defensive coordinator opening at Tennessee. Now, to me, I mean, look, this is just the way this goes now. It's an arms race. Everything is an arms race. And coaching, it's an arm race. Assistants, it's an arm race. If Tennessee wants to throw more money at Clayton White than he's making at South Carolina, and you feel like Clayton's interested or Clayton's people come back and tell you here at South Carolina what's going on, after you give Kendall Briles between, $1.75 and $2 million, you might have to pony up a little extra dough to keep Clayton White around, but this is the cost of doing business, Jalen. It's, again, it's an arms race. It just is. And so we'll see what goes on. But right now, there are rumors that Clayton White could be a candidate at Tennessee to be a defensive coordinator. Like you said, Jalen, if you find a way to keep Clayton, you're bringing in Kendall Briles, you got Joe D at special teams as a coordinator. And if you can keep going down the road you are defensively and special teams-wise, and if you can kick your offense up to where it's just solid to pretty good, all of a sudden you're in a much better spot to win games.
Then it would be amazing, too, just think about it from a player taking it to another step here. Transfers. The transfer portal period is coming up for football, so hopefully, if he does indeed be the offensive coordinator, if he brings some good quality players from Texas Christian University, that would be very huge for Carolina fans to look forward to.
Yeah, I mean, look, these are, an offensive coordinator today does that. Some bring quarterbacks, some can bring other players with them, wide receivers, whatever. So we'll see what happens if Kendall Browse is actually the offensive coordinator for South Carolina. It feels like it's trending in that direction for this deal to get done sooner than later. And again, Zach Barnett from Football Scoop, who has covered TCU, will give us a little insight on the Kendall Browse era in Fort Worth. That's coming up at 5:15. All right, Major League Baseball, Kyle Schwarber has signed a 5-year, $150 million deal to stay in Philadelphia. Schwarber last year, again, Kyle Schwarber's batting average is never going to wow you.
Yeah.
He's a career 231 hitter. But the value of Kyle Schwarber is he hit 56 home runs last year and walked 108 times. That's Kyle Schwarber. Now, again, for me personally, I like offensive players who are a little bit more well-rounded and not as one-dimensional. But Schwarber, in today's world of baseball, remember, the average batting average in the majors now is about 240. Schwarber hit 240 last year, but his on-base percentage was 365, slugging 563. Despite the fact that Schwarber hit 240, still had an OPS of 928 because he ripped 56 bombs, walked 108 times, now struck out 197.
Yeah, and then according to ESPN, a lot of people are praising Schwarber with them calling him, the Titan in the Phillies locker room. Then you get Thompson back as their manager for another year, who has been highly praised in the Phillies locker room. So for Phillies fans, I think they're, pleased that this has happened for their team.
Schwarber is one of their leaders in the clubhouse there. Yep. There's no doubt about that. He has massive leadership qualities. I just did something real quick here for fun. You know what Schwarber's batting average is when he puts the ball in play?
No.
I'm going to do this again to make sure I'm right, because I was like, this can't be right. Let me see here. When he actually puts the ball in play, he's hitting 263. When he doesn't put, but he struck out 197 times. And look, I see the value of Kyle Schwarber. I mean, he's not played defense. He just should not be allowed legally to bring a glove to the ballpark because he's dangerous to everybody around him. But Schwarber, again, since he showed up in Philadelphia, 46 homers, 47 homers, 38 homers, 56 homers. And his walk rates, he's walked at least 86 times. In the last 3 years, walked over 100. He brings two things to the table, and that's what he does. In the last 3 years, he's driven in over 100. And he scored over 100 because he's on base because he walks. A very one-dimensional player, but the Phillies just paid $30 million a year for a one-dimensional player who is right now 32 years old. So you're hoping if you get 3 quality years out of Schwarber, out of the 5, if you're the Phillies, you're happy. A bunch of teams are chasing Schwarber as well, teams that were looking for power. My Orioles were going after Schwarber. The Mets, the Red Sox.
Don't get me started on the Mets today after what happened. It's like all of my teams are in disaster right now. I mean, but back to the Phillies, I will say, I think getting Schwarber back is very huge.
For them it is because of the dynamic he fills there. Yeah. Look, again, I'm not crazy about these type of offensive players. The one-dimensional, hit a home run, walk, or you're kind of useless. I don't like those kind of players. Like, my Orioles were chasing him. I'm like, no, you've got enough one-dimensional guys. Again, Schwarber, he would upgrade these teams power-wise. Sure, he would. But that's it. That's the dynamic he brings, that and he walks.
Then, too, Bryce Harper is still dealing with the injury that he had.
He wasn't the same player last year. I don't know. Ever since that injury, he hasn't been the same player since the arm thing.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's ever going to be the player he was. But he's still good. He's just not upper level right now.
Okay.
I mean, even Dave Dombrowski, the GM, basically said something about it, and it hurt Bryce Harper's feelings. Bryce's feelings got hurt.
I think it was at the meeting where he went off on him and cursed him out, I think.
Well, that was the commissioner. That was the commissioner.
Okay. That's so it's too different.
That Harper went off on. Harper just said he was really hurt by Dombrowski's comments, and Dombrowski just said, Bryce Harper last year was good, but he's been injured. He was good last year, but we don't know if he's ever going to be what he was. And Harper got his feelings hurt. Yeah, I know. Shame. We talked about this earlier real quick. Edwin Diaz leaves the Mets, signs with the Dodgers because they need more really good players. 3 years, $69 million for Diaz. Had a phenomenal year in 2025, 1.63 ERA, converted 28 out of 31 save chances. Diaz is a guy, to be fair here.
I think David Stern couldn't give him.
Well, here's the thing about Diaz. Diaz has been up and down in his career. He's had some phenomenal years, and he's had some years. When Diaz is locked in,
it's filthy. It's a whole different game.
Diaz not locked in, gets hit.
But when you see that emotion, the passion, of him throwing those fastballs and in those late games, it just electrifies. It amps up the team. It amps up the home crowd. So for him going to the Dodgers, I mean...
Well, all you have to do, though, Jalen, is go find another anonymous dude who nobody knows who throws 100 miles an hour, and within 2 or 3 months, everybody will love him like Diaz.
Yeah.
Because that's kind of the way the closer position is in baseball. Go find a guy that throws really hard. Most people don't know who the hell he is.
It's still a bad taste in my mouth that my Mets did not make the playoffs after the performance that they had.
That's because your Mets are chokers.
Yeah,
let's just call it what it is.
I don't like it at all.
All right. Also, as we hit the 5 o'clock news real quick, one more thing before we jump out. Where's it at here? Yeah, DK Metcalf should be doesn't anticipate. Mike Tomlin doesn't anticipate DK Metcalf to be available for Monday night's game against the Dolphins. Wide receiver stayed overnight in a Baltimore hospital after Sunday's win, so maybe no DK Metcalf. Steelers right now 7-6, leading the AFC North by a game over the Ravens, and they might not have DK Metcalf. All right. We'll jump back in here. Zach Barnett from Football Scoop will give us the lowdown on Kendall Briles' time at TCU. That is next here on the postgame show. Jalen Tartt's here punching the buttons. I'm Terry Ford. We go till 6 on the game. Oh, we love to talk about CHW cabinetry. Our friends Star and her crew. If you need cabinets, you need cabinets. They're important in your home. You need something to put things in, and it should be the best something. The somethings that make you happy. The somethings that look good, good quality. You don't want those to bust and break. You don't want to be frustrated. So call CHW Cabinetry 803-520-6837. Go in and sit down and talk with Star and her staff. Tell them what you're looking for. What kind of cabinets, where out in the home, what kind of style. They will set you up. Photorealistic renderings is what they do so you can see from start to finish the work and the quality of work and the great customer service. Seriously, call 803-520-6837. CHW Cabinetry. Get it done. All right, we open up the game notebook, and who do we see? Is Zach Barnett's in here from Football Scoop, national columnist. Zach, thanks for your time, my friend. I appreciate you.
Hey, thank you all for having me.
No problem. I know there's nothing going on in the world of college football, so you're really bored, so you got plenty of time for us.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I was sending texts and getting calls or making calls about different coaching moves, and then I saw, well, I'm going on with my best friends in South Carolina. Let's do this.
Hey, Zach, Kendall Briles, obviously, 3 years at TCU with Sonny Dykes. And look, and from the outside looking in, it's Sonny Dykes' offense. And Kendall Briles, yes, he's the OC, but you've got Sonny Dykes and his offense you're running. Tell us how that whole dynamic went with how much of it, when we see numbers and stats, how much of it is Kendall Briles' influence on a TCU offense, or is it just Kendall Briles running Sonny Dykes' stuff at TCU?
Oh, I mean, it's been a while since Sonny was a coordinator. So I think certainly if Kendall Briles walked into Sonny's office and said, "Hey, we're going to go to the Wishbone this season," Sonny would say, "Absolutely not." But and they shared ideas in the same way that any head coach and coordinator would. But I think it was largely Kendall's call. I mean, Sonny hired Kendall because of what Kendall brought to that offense. So I mean, I'm certainly not going to be 100-0. But I think it was 80-90% Kendall.
Fantastic. Zach Burnett with us, national columnist from Football Scoop. Give us a little insight on Kendall Briles' time at TCU as the offensive coordinator. All right, give me your thoughts on the offense. I mean, we can look at stats and numbers and see, it was top 50 here, top 40 here, top 30 here, whatever. Oh, it didn't do well here. What's your thoughts watching the Kendall Briles offense at TCU?
This season, I mean, they thought that they had a team that could compete for a Big 12 championship. And as we saw, no one could compete with Texas Tech and what they had, especially on that defense. But going into the season, this is a season they thought they were going to compete for the Big 12 championship. And it really boiled down to how they ran the ball. And they didn't run the ball near well enough to actually do that. They were in the 90s there. So I think they fell short in that area. Josh Hoover played well. He certainly did not rewrite the record book for quarterback play, but the reason that they fell short of their goals, and the reason that frankly TCU fans are not sad to see him go, is they couldn't run the ball near well enough to what they needed to do.
Zach Burnett with us, national columnist, footballscoop.com, giving us a little insight on Kendall Briles' time at TCU. Of course, everything is trending toward Kendall Briles being the new offensive coordinator here at South Carolina. All right, Zach, so if a South Carolina Gamecock fan who has never paid attention to Kendall Briles in their life and what he brings to the table as an OC, give them a little capsule on Kendall Briles, the offensive coordinator.
Well, obviously he's Art's son and grew up in that offense, and it really was cutting edge. It was formed in Texas high school football at Stephenville, which is not far from me, not that your listeners care. But what really separated it from the others of its kind was it put the spread in spread offense. Like, you had receivers really practically they could reach out and touch the sideline. So they're so far out there that a lot of times Art would tell his receivers on run plays, don't even bother blocking, just kind of stand there, because the DBs are so far spread out that they're not going to be able to be involved in the play anyway. And so it really coaches call it the deep choice, where receivers have the freedom to basically decide what route they're running while they're running it. And because it was so spread out, it gave clear running lanes for the running backs. And that's the quarterbacks, Drew, and the receivers. I mean, at Baylor, they put multiple receivers in the NFL. Robert Griffin won the Heisman Trophy running this offense. But the running backs were really what made it go, the run game. And it was really cutting edge for the time, and it put the entire Big 12 on its keister, so to speak, for a time. And that was 10 years ago now, and then college football has caught up just a little bit. But, I mean, that's what Josh Heupel ran, continues to run at Tennessee. It's at Auburn now with Alex Galesh. and neither of those guys ever worked for Art Briles.
Zach Barnett with us, national columnist, ProFootballScoop.com, talking about Kendall Briles' time at TCU. And you said they had problems running the ball, and that's what's interesting to me because, again, that offense is so spread out. The boxes are light, and it just builds for run. Tennessee's great at running the ball because of that. What went wrong with TCU running the football this year? Was it offensive line play? What happened? Because typically this offense is at least solid when it comes to running the football.
Yeah, I think it was offensive line play, and certainly South Carolina fans are familiar with poor offensive line play, having moved on from Lonnie Teasley this season. So, and then I also think in that offense was incubated in the Big 12. So there's a decent amount of institutional knowledge in how to defend it because these programs have been going up against it for so long now. So the book is out, and it's not as effective just as it was 10 years ago simply because it's not new anymore. And so that first mover advantage that Baylor had once upon a time, well, at South Carolina, you're going to be the third SEC program running some iteration of this offense. And what's really surprising to me was that I was told that the whole reason Shane Beamer originally became an assistant for Lincoln Riley at Oklahoma was to learn his offense and then bring it with him to when he eventually got a head coaching job, and then it did that and then did not bring the offense with him. Instead hired Marcus Satterfield, and we all know how that went.
Yes, we do, unfortunately. Hey, Zach, okay, when you saw this, do you think, for South Carolina's perspective, it's a good hire, Kendall Briles?
Yeah, I do. He was not popular at TCU for reasons that have nothing to do with football. The TCU and Baylor are each other's biggest rivals.
Right.
So it'd be like hiring Dabo Swinney's son someday to be the offensive coordinator at South Carolina.
I get it, yes.
Considering the situation that Shane finds himself in, looking for his fourth coordinator in 6 years at South Carolina, and obviously going into a make-or-break season, you're not going to get the cream of the crop, to say the least, because everyone knows if it doesn't hit immediately, then you're going to be looking for another job in 2026. So considering the circumstances, I do think it was a good hire.
So why do you think, why in your mind is Kendall Briles leaving TCU to go to South Carolina? Is it just get back to the SEC, maybe making more money? Why would you think he would leave TCU to come to a situation, like you said, where if it doesn't work here, he could be looking for a new gig at the end of 26?
Yeah, I don't have Kendall's contract in front of me because of TCU is a private institution, obviously. But I think I think that's a lot of it. And then I doubt TC and Sonny Dykes fought extremely hard to keep him. It was probably a conversation. I mean, there are one or two ways when you're assistant coach and you're approached for a job that it could go. It's, hey, I've been approached by South Carolina to be their offensive coordinator. It's, oh no, what do we need to do to keep you? Or, hey, I think that's great. You should take it.
So you think it was more B, Zach?
Yeah.
Now, why would you think Sonny Dykes would feel that way?
Because it's partly Kendall, but largely not Kendall. Sonny Dykes obviously splashed onto the scene in 2022 when he was 58 points shy of winning a national championship. And since then, he's kind of reverted to his historical mean. Like he's still never won a conference championship ever. TCU is witnessing Texas Tech take over the conference by storm, while they're just kind of puttering along in the endless middle of the Big 12. So TCU thinks they should be doing better than what Sonny Dykes has delivered. So this is an opportunity for Sonny to kind of roll the dice and maybe hit goals with his coordinator hire.
Damn, Zach, only 58 points short. We appreciate your time, Zach Barnett, national columnist, footballscoop.com. Thanks a lot for giving us a little insight on what happened with Kendall Briles at TCU. We appreciate you, my man. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. All
right, have a good one now. All right, we will jump back in here, see what's going on with Elijah Campbell at Guthrie, see if we'll have to see if Elijah Campbell's getting his stomach pumped or not.
Yeah.
So we're going to see what's going on with our chicken finger eating contest to the death with Elijah Campbell and Preston Thorne. We'll find out about that next, live from Guthrie's. It's a post-game show. Jalen Tart, Terry Ford, we're going till 6 on the game. All right, let's check the traffic, see what's going on with the roads. Find out what's happening at 5:30. Because we'll get to Elijah Campbell and Preston Thorne, seeing what's going on with them at Guthrie's here in just a second. But first, on the roadways on a very chilly Tuesday, right? I do believe it is. I think it's a Tuesday. We'll get to that in just a minute. By the way, lows are dropping. I dig this. Lows almost in the 20s tonight. That's just not good. All right, here we go. Stop and go traffic, I-26 westbound between Sunset Boulevard and St. Andrews. Also, I-126 westbound between Greystone Boulevard and I-26. Accidents, Ashland Road at Bush River Road, Assembly Street at Elmwood Avenue, Laurel Street at Gadsden. All right, let's get our drive around the SEC. First of all, before we do that, we're going to do a drive around Columbia, seeing what's happening at Guthrie's off Hardscrabble. Get Elijah Campbell in here. All right, man, here we are. You've been there an hour and a half. Have we started battling with chicken fingers with Preston Thorne?
We did, and here was the parameter. We were given 10 tenders.
Uh-huh.
And this is where it gets fun because Preston says, I'm not going to be able to eat all 10. So we're like, okay, we'll do a race. We will do a race to 5. And so we did a race to 5. Now, what we were told beforehand was the chicken tenders were very hot. And I said, you know what? Got to knock this out before I get on with Terry and Jalen at 5:30. You know, it's hot. I think we can handle it. Well, I burnt the roof of my mouth. I don't feel great, but I think we tied. Yeah, Rachel and Jamie said it was a tie. We were tender for tender for all 5. Now, Preston has since boxed his up, ready to take his home. I finished all 10 at the spot. Let the record be known, I finished all 10 of them at the spot.
So let me get this right. You, Elijah Campbell, ate all 10, crushed them. And Preston Thorne got a doggy bag to go.
Which maybe is a smarter plan because that probably is going to come in clutch, like right before bed or tomorrow. He's like, you know what? I got 5 Guthrie's chicken tenders. I can eat at the house.
But here's the thing. Ready? You manned up and knocked off all 10, right? And sometimes when you got to man up and be a man, you pay for it horribly later.
Yeah.
So
I mean, he already did because he said that the first one he ate, it torched his mouth because of how hot it was.
Yeah, but the good news is then you lose the feeling in your taste buds. You can just start eating.
I wish it worked that efficient. I wish it did. Unfortunately, the first one did not make any of the other 4 less hot.
Now, I want to ask you something. You ate those hot wings at Quaker Steak and Lube, what was that, 2 years ago now, a year and a half ago?
Oh, yeah.
And your face bubbled.
Yeah.
Your face bubbled. You turned different colors. You had all sorts of bodily functions flying out of your eye sockets and nose. Were these hotter? The chicken fingers?
No, they weren't spice hot. It was just these were fresh out of the fryer.
Okay.
I mean, as fresh as humanly possible. Not really a spice level. That was a different kind of hot.
Oh, okay. I thought that was okay. You mean hot right out of the oven hot?
Yes.
Out of the fryer
Fresh
hot.
out of the firing pan. Yes.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you have no feeling in your tongue. Right now, we could take a hammer to your tongue and you wouldn't feel it.
You could rip it out the only way I know.
That's the worst, by the way. When you pop something super hot in your mouth, you don't realize how hot it is. And by the time you bite down, it's too late.
Dude, Hot Pockets, it was the worst. I never waited. I have no patience when it comes to food.
Hot Pockets. I'll tell you another one. Those Mama Celeste pizzas. The best one, the French bread pizza from Sara Lee. If you ever had one of those, you put it in the oven, the first bite, honest to God, you had to call 911 because you lost all the feeling in your upper mouth.
Your nerves were just shot at that point.
Oh, those things were so hot.
So this is the question I have now. Would you run it back with Preston
100%.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
100%.
Okay.
Oh, this man has no intimidation of Preston now at all. Zero. The man took 5 home in a to-go bag. Just saying. Hey, if someone wants to check out Guthrie's, let's see, it's over there on Hard Scrabble past Elders Pond Road. And the grand opening, when are they open until tonight, Elijah?
I don't know when they're open until. Xavier Leggette's here for another 22 minutes. And there's almost, the line has definitely dwindled. So if you can pop up here, if you're like 5 minutes away and you hustle over here before 6, you can catch a glimpse of Xavier Leggette, say what's up. There are horses here. He brought horses. There are 2 horses that are walking around the building.
Did he ride the horses?
Yes,
Leggette?
he had to.
Not yet.
I mean, he does a celebration he does a celebration when he catches a touchdown called the dollar bill dance. So I guess he has to bring dollar bill himself.
There you go.
So,
all right, my man. We'll hear back from you one more time before 6. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, appreciate you, pal. All right, there's Elijah Campbell live from Guthrie's off Hard Scrabble.
How did he tie with
Well, here's the thing, right? Preston can only go to 5, right? Elijah obviously destroyed 10. Preston had to stop at 5. But I will say this about Preston.
I get it.
We're joking about Preston not being able to knock off all 10, but you know the smartest guy in this entire conversation? Preston Thorne. He ate 5, knew his limit, took the other 5 home. Either he'll eat later or he'll eat tomorrow or he'll give it to the wife. And guess who's going to be feeling okay laying on his couch later tonight?
Yeah.
Preston Thorne.
Yeah.
Guess who's going to be laying over the toilet?
Yeah.
Elijah Campbell.
Yeah.
So who's the smartest guy in the room again?
Yeah.
Preston Thorne. Absolutely.
Bro.
All right, let's get our drive around the SEC real quick here on the post-game show. In case you missed this earlier, Lane Kiffin is going to let more of his offensive assistants go help Ole Miss in the college football playoff. Basically, when Lane left to go to LSU, the entire offensive staff went as well. Well, Charlie Weiss Jr. and some other members of the offensive staff, 4 coaches in total, will rejoin the Rebs for the college football playoff game against Tulane. Besides Charlie Weiss Jr. at OC, tight ends coach Joe Cox, wide receiver coach George McDonald, assistant quarterbacks coach Dane Stevens, and slot receiver coach Sawyer Jordan will all go back to Ole Miss to help them prepare for the college football playoff game against Tulane. And my guess is they will stay with Ole Miss through the rest of the college football playoff journey for the Rebels. That's the latest news from that. Also, drive around the SEC here on the post-game show with Terry Ford, Jalen Tart punching the controls for us. We appreciate that. SEC hoops tonight. North Carolina Central will travel to Kentucky. Wildcats are only 5-4 on the year.
Yeah.
They've lost 2 straight. They've lost to 2 ranked teams, though. Number 16, North Carolina. Number 11, Gonzaga. Gonzaga...
They look good.
Smacked the taste out of their mouth.
They look good.
94-59. I mean, Gonzaga rolled Kentucky in that neutral court game. Wildcats, 27% from the floor, 20% from 3, and Gonzaga just tore them apart, hitting 57% from the floor and 50% from 3. So Kentucky, I mean, they should get back on the winning side against UNC Central squad that obviously is nowhere near as good as Kentucky. But the Wildcats, I mean, look, it's a long season. These are, you play North Carolina, you play Gonzaga, helps you shrink the schedule, things of that nature. But you also want to start posting some W's against good teams. Right now, Kentucky, if you look at Ken Pom, is number 20 in Ken Pom. 35th in offensive efficiency, 23rd in defensive efficiency. Kentucky playing better on the defensive end than the offensive end at this point early in the year. So Kentucky's got to get together a little better on the offensive end of the court. Last year, their offense was ahead of their defense.
Yeah, and then the big one tonight, Florida and UConn.
That game, the Jimmy V Classic, UConn, number 5 in the country at 8-1. Florida's 5-3 at number 18. The Gators lost their opener. Arizona's really good.
Arizona's, yeah.
Really good. Arizona beats Florida in the opener. Florida then lost to TCU, which was interesting.
Yeah.
And then got beat. It was a hell of a game at Duke.
The Duke game was really good. Yeah.
Really good.
Really good.
Florida lost by 1 at Cameron Indoor, 67-66. Look, Florida is the defending national champions. They're still a very good basketball team, even though they're sitting at 5-3. That's a good squad. 24th in the country in offense, 11th in defensive efficiency, 14th in the country in overall efficiency. Florida's just played some good teams. Now, again, just like Kentucky, playing good teams is phenomenal, but you got to start winning some of those games. Right now, Florida has played 2 ranked teams, lost to both. This will be their 3rd game against a ranked team tonight against UConn, who is 5th in the country and 8-1.
Then the thing, too,
are the
for
Huskies.
Kentucky, they still got a chance to, kind of get big win. They played St. John's on the 20th.
Yeah, I mean, and I love the fact they're scheduling a hard crew.
Yeah.
UConn, by the way, their loss was again to Arizona, who's really good.
Without Bryce James.
I know. I know.
What am I talking about?
I know. Arizona's got a squad, man.
Arizona and Michigan have been the surprising.
Well, how about Gonzaga in that players tournament beats Maryland by like 50-some.
Yeah.
They play Michigan in the championship game, and Michigan dog-walked them.
Smacked.
Michigan is really good.
Yeah.
So is Gonzaga. UConn, since that Arizona loss, beat 2 ranked teams in Illinois and Kansas. So UConn has played well. But I'm telling you, man, Michigan, whew.
Yeah, Michigan's
really good. Yeah. Gonzaga's really good. Arizona's an excellent team. Michigan, it's early, long way to go. But right now, the 3 teams I've seen, and Duke's really good too.
Yeah.
Those are the teams I've seen so far. Those 4 have been the best that have stood out to me watching early season hoops. So there's your drive around the SEC. We'll come back a little, well, we don't have Jay to do Jay versus the Internet, but we'll look over some of the wagering in the world of sports coming up next as we wrap up the postgame show on the game. All right, real quick. We don't have Jay to do Jay versus the Internet. Jay will be back with us tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Real quick, I'll bring Elijah Campbell in here real quick also from Guthrie's. All right, I know you've eaten like 17 pounds of chicken fingers, so maybe your brain equilibrium is off. But all right, you can help. I know the feeling. You can help me out with this real quick. Okay, it was a little line stuff from men's college basketball. Number 18, Florida. Number 5, UConn. Jimmy V Classic. UConn is giving Florida 3.5. What do you think?
UConn is giving them 3.5.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'd take UConn. Florida, man, the thing with Florida is the guard play is not figured out.
I was getting ready to say.
A lot of money to get those two dudes, and it is not panned out.
Boogie Fland has not brought what he needs to bring for the money he's getting.
Yeah.
I mean, that Florida Duke game was great. Don't get me wrong, but I'll agree with you. I'm going to take UConn and give Florida 3.5 as well. The other game, Villanova, number 2, Michigan in Ann Arbor. Michigan is giving Nova 17.5, my friend, at the Chrysler Center.
And Villanova's only lost 1 game.
Yep, Villanova 7-1.
I think Michigan covers that. 17.5 is a lot. The Michigan might be the best team in college basketball this year. They're definitely the most efficient, and they are so good defensively.
Yeah, they're number 1 in Ken Pom. Let me give it ready for this. Okay, 17.5, right? All right, Michigan beat Oakland by about 50. Wake Forest only by a point. TCU only by 4, but then Middle Tennessee State by 25, San Diego State by 40, Auburn by 30, Gonzaga by 40, Rutgers by 41. I'll take Michigan to cover 117 against Villanova.
Whatever that spread is, give me Michigan to cover.
Absolutely. All right, at Guthrie's, you hang out with Xavier Leggett. You guys pal around. You become buds.
Oh, yeah. We talked to him for a little bit right before we decided to eat this chicken ourselves. He was very excited to be here, very flattered with the amount of people that showed up. Again, that line was going to wrap around the building, right, because of how many people wanted to come here and hang out with us.
Why didn't you get Leggett in the chicken finger eating contest?
Oh, they wouldn't pull him out of that line for too long. The demand to hang out with Xavier Leggett was a lot higher than it would be to hang out with us.
All right, so the grand opening is today. And Guthrie's will be, and now where's it at again for folks who don't know? Give them where you're at.
It is on Hardscrabble Road, like right next to the new Valve Lane, across the street from like Depot Brady's and a bunch of other sort of gas stations right across the street from there. It's on Hardscrabble Road. About 4600 Hardscrabble Road is the address. Sticks out like a sore thumb. They've done a really good job with signage. So you should be able to see it pretty easily, and I can give you a review. The chicken tenders are fantastic. I would say greater than Zaxby's. That was the barometer we set out earlier.
All right, we also have French fries and all that good stuff, right?
Oh, yeah. A Big G combo with 6 fingers and fries and a drink and a Texas toast is $14.99. Not a bad deal at all. You can get large buckets of chicken. I've heard some people here with large buckets of chicken. So it's got, chicken tenders, fries, a sandwich, all types of stuff. It's a pretty solid menu.
I like me some Texas toast. Texas toast is very underrated.
Oh, absolutely. It completes the meal.
All right, appreciate you, my man. Nice work, nice job. Go home and take some Pepto-Bismol after stuffing all that food in your face.
Gonna need it. We have reached the self-loathing stage of the meal.
Thanks, pal. Appreciate you. Elijah Campbell along with Preston Thorne at Guthrie's right off of Hardscrabble. New location. I'm not just saying this because we're on the air. We're supposed to pump up stuff that we're. I'm going. I'm going to go over there once they get it cooking for real for real.
Okay.
I got to roll over. I've heard nothing but good things about these chicken fingers.
Yeah. Like I said, I saw it on TikTok and I was like, okay, I'll give it a shot. He says, in his opinion, he thinks it's better than Zaxby's.
I mean, Zaxby's is solid.
That's a solid. Mm-hmm. That's a solid
Absolutely.
take.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, okay.
All right. So, yep, I'm gonna once they get it going over there, and they got hours, and they're open and closed like normal, and they get that rhythm. Yeah. I'm gonna go over there and check that out.
That's like Fenway Park. A lot of people are over there now. I'm waiting until it gets hot to get out there. I'm not going out there in no darn cold. Like what?
All right. So again, the latest on Kendall Briles. Everything points to eventually this week, Kendall Briles will be the new offensive coordinator at South Carolina. The deal is in the works to get finished. Board of Trustees meeting will pop up here at some point this week. And from what we understand, they're trying to get the offensive coordinator, the running backs coach, and the offensive line coach all done. Stan Drayton, longtime running backs coach, right now is at Penn State. the word is that he's the leading candidate to be the running back coach because you know what? The plane trackers, Jalen, the plane trackers, there have been planes leaving Columbia going to State College, PA. I love plane trackers.
What if they're going to the Clemson game?
You mean they're
at
not,
Yankee Stadium to watch?
So you mean that they're not going there to talk to coaches? They're going there to watch games. By the way, how funny would that be if we're totally wrong because the plane isn't going there for that reason? Hey, man, nice job. Seriously, way to keep us rolling. We appreciate you, my friend.
Thank you.
Nice job to Elijah Campbell and Preston Thornton and Jeannie on site at Guthrie's. We want to thank Zach Barnett jumping on from Football Scoop. Give us a little scoop on Kendall Briles as well. Jay will be back with us tomorrow on the Postgame Show. The best of the game is up next here on The Game and The Game Network.